2-0 for Messi. 2-1 for Messi. 2-2. 3-2 for Ronaldo. 4-2 for Ronaldo. 4-3 for Ronaldo. 4-4. 5-4 for Messi. 5-5. 6-5 for Ronaldo. 7-5 for Ronaldo. 7-6 for Ronaldo. 8-6 for Ronaldo. 9-6 for Ronaldo. 10-6 for Ronaldo. 11-6 for Ronaldo. 11-7 for Ronaldo. 11-8 for Ronaldo. 11-9 for Ronaldo. 12-9 for Ronaldo. 13-9 for Ronaldo. 14-9 for Ronaldo. 15-9 for Ronaldo. 16-9 for Ronaldo. 17-9 for Ronaldo. 18-9 for Ronaldo. 19-9 for Ronaldo. 19-10 for Ronaldo. 20-10 for Ronaldo. 20-11 for Ronaldo. 20-12 for Ronaldo. 21-12 for Ronaldo. 22-12 for Ronaldo. 22-13 for Ronaldo. 23-13 for Ronaldo. 24-13 for Ronaldo. 25-13 for Ronaldo. 26-13 for Ronaldo. 26-14 for Ronaldo. 26-15 for Ronaldo. 26-16 for Ronaldo. 27-16 for Ronaldo. 27-17 for Ronaldo. 27-18 for Ronaldo. 27-19 for Ronaldo. 27-20 for Ronaldo. 27-21 for Ronaldo. 27-22 for Ronaldo. 28-22 for Ronaldo. 29-22 for Ronaldo. 30-22 for Ronaldo. 31-22 for Ronaldo. 31-23 for Ronaldo. 31-24 for Ronaldo. 31-25 for Ronaldo. 32-25 for Ronaldo. 33-25 for Ronaldo. 34-25 for Ronaldo. 35-25 for Ronaldo. 36-25 for Ronaldo. 36-26 for Ronaldo. 36-27 for Ronaldo. 37-27 for Ronaldo. 38-27 for Ronaldo. 39-27 for Ronaldo. 40-27 for Ronaldo. 41-27 for Ronaldo. 41-28 for Ronaldo. 41 to 29 for Ronaldo. 42 to 29 for Ronaldo. 42 to 30 for Ronaldo. 42 to 31 for Ronaldo. 42 to 32 for Ronaldo. 43 to 32 for Ronaldo. 44 to 32 for Ronaldo. 45 to 32 for Ronaldo. 46 to 32 for Ronaldo. 46 to 33 for Ronaldo. 47 to 33 for Ronaldo. 47 to 34 for Ronaldo. 47 to 35 for Ronaldo. 47 to 36 for Ronaldo. 48 to 36 for Ronaldo. 48 to 37 for Ronaldo. 49 to 37 for Ronaldo. 50 to 37 for Ronaldo. 50 to 38 for Ronaldo. 51 to 38 for Ronaldo. 52 to 38 for Ronaldo. 53 to 38 for Ronaldo. 54 to 38 for Ronaldo. 54 to 39 for Ronaldo. 54 to 40 for Ronaldo. 54 to 41 for Ronaldo. 54 to 42 for Ronaldo. 55 to 42 for Ronaldo. 56 to 42 for Ronaldo. 57 to 42 for Ronaldo. 58 to 42 for Ronaldo. 59 to 42 for Ronaldo. 59 to 43 for Ronaldo. 60 to 43 for Ronaldo. 60 to 44 for Ronaldo. 61 to 44 for Ronaldo. 62 to 44 for Ronaldo. 62 to 45 for Ronaldo. 62 to 46 for Ronaldo. 63 to 46 for Ronaldo. 64 to 46 for Ronaldo. 65 to 46 for Ronaldo. 65 to 47 for Ronaldo. 66 to 47 for Ronaldo. 66 to 48 for Ronaldo. 67 to 48 for Ronaldo. 68 to 48 for Ronaldo. 69 to 48 for Ronaldo. 69 to 49 for Ronaldo. 70 to 49 for Ronaldo. 70 to 50 for Ronaldo. 71 to 50 for Ronaldo. 71 to 51 for Ronaldo. 71 to 52 for Ronaldo. 72 to 52 for Ronaldo. 73 to 52 for Ronaldo. 74 to 52 for Ronaldo. 75 to 52 for Ronaldo. 75 to 53 for Ronaldo. 76 to 53 for Ronaldo. 76 to 54 for Ronaldo. 77 to 54 for Ronaldo. 78 to 54 for Ronaldo. 79 to 54 for Ronaldo. 80 to 54 for Ronaldo. 80 to 55 for Ronaldo. 80 to 56 for Ronaldo. 80 to 57 for Ronaldo. 81 to 57 for Ronaldo. 82 to 57 for Ronaldo. 82 to 58 for Ronaldo. 83 to 58 for Ronaldo. 84 to 58 for Ronaldo. 85 to 58 for Ronaldo. 86 to 58 for Ronaldo. 87 to 58 for Ronaldo. 88 to 58 for Ronaldo. 89 to 58 for Ronaldo. 89 to 59 for Ronaldo. 90 to 59 for Ronaldo. 91 to 59 for Ronaldo. 91 to 60 for Ronaldo. 91 to 61 for Ronaldo. 91 to 62 for Ronaldo. 92 to 62 for Ronaldo. 92 to 63 for Ronaldo. 93 to 63 for Ronaldo. 94 to 63 for Ronaldo. 95 to 63 for Ronaldo. 96 to 63 for Ronaldo. 97 to 63 for Ronaldo. 97 to 64 for Ronaldo. 97 to 65 for Ronaldo. 97 to 66 for Ronaldo. 98 to 66 for Ronaldo. 99 to 66 for Ronaldo. 99 to 67 for Ronaldo. 99 to 68 for Ronaldo. 100 to 68 for Ronaldo. 101 to 68 for Ronaldo. 101 to 69 for Ronaldo. 102 to 69 for Ronaldo. 103 to 69 for Ronaldo. 104 to 69 for Ronaldo. 105 to 69 for Ronaldo. 105 to 70 for Ronaldo. 105 to 71 for Ronaldo. 105 to 72 for Ronaldo. 106 to 72 for Ronaldo. 106 to 73 for Ronaldo. 107 to 73 for Ronaldo. 108 to 73 for Ronaldo. 108 to 74 for Ronaldo. 109 to 74 for Ronaldo. 110 to 74 for Ronaldo. 110 to 75 for Ronaldo. 110 to 76 for Ronaldo. 111 to 76 for Ronaldo. 112 to 76 for Ronaldo. 113 to 76 for Ronaldo. 114 to 76 for Ronaldo. 114 to 77 for Ronaldo. 114 to 78 for Ronaldo. 114 to 79 for Ronaldo. 115 to 79 for Ronaldo. 115 to 80 for Ronaldo. 115 to 81 for Ronaldo. 116 to 81 for Ronaldo. 117 to 81 for Ronaldo. 117 to 82 for Ronaldo. 117 to 83 for Ronaldo. 117 to 84 for Ronaldo. 118 to 84 for Ronaldo. 118 to 85 for Ronaldo. 118 to 86 for Ronaldo. 118 to 87 for Ronaldo. 119 to 87 for Ronaldo. 120 to 87 for Ronaldo. 120 to 88 for Ronaldo. 120 to 89 for Ronaldo. 121 to 89 for Ronaldo. 121 to 90 for Ronaldo. 122 to 90 for Ronaldo. 122 to 91 for Ronaldo. 123 to 91 for Ronaldo. 123 to 92 for Ronaldo. 123 to 93 for Ronaldo. 124 to 93 for Ronaldo. 125 to 93 for Ronaldo. 126 to 93 for Ronaldo. 127 to 93 for Ronaldo. 128 to 93 for Ronaldo. 128 to 94 for Ronaldo. 129 to 94 for Ronaldo. 129 to 95 for Ronaldo. 129 to 96 for Ronaldo. 130 to 96 for Ronaldo. 130 to 97 for Ronaldo. 130 to 98 for Ronaldo. 131 to 98 for Ronaldo. 131 to 99 for Ronaldo. 131 to 100 for Ronaldo. 132 to 100 for Ronaldo. 133 to 100 for Ronaldo. 133 to 101 for Ronaldo. 133 to 102 for Ronaldo. 134 to 102 for Ronaldo. 135 to 102 for Ronaldo. 135 to 103 for Ronaldo. 135 to 104 for Ronaldo. 135 to 105 for Ronaldo. 135 to 106 for Ronaldo. 135 to 107 for Ronaldo. 136 to 107 for Ronaldo. 137 to 107 for Ronaldo. 138 to 107 for Ronaldo. 139 to 107 for Ronaldo. 140 to 107 for Ronaldo. 141 to 107 for Ronaldo. 142 to 107 for Ronaldo. 143 to 107 for Ronaldo. 144 to 107 for Ronaldo. 145 to 107 for Ronaldo. 146 to 107 for Ronaldo. 147 to 107 for Ronaldo. 147 to 108 for Ronaldo. 147 to 109 for Ronaldo. 147 to 110 for Ronaldo. 148 to 110 for Ronaldo. 149 to 110 for Ronaldo. 150 to 110 for Ronaldo. 151 to 110 for Ronaldo. 152 to 110 for Ronaldo. 152 to 111 for Ronaldo. 153 to 111 for Ronaldo. 154 to 111 for Ronaldo. 154 to 112 for Ronaldo. 154 to 113 for Ronaldo. 155 to 113 for Ronaldo. 156 to 113 for Ronaldo. 156 to 114 for Ronaldo. 157 to 114 for Ronaldo. 158 to 114 for Ronaldo. 158 to 115 for Ronaldo. 158 to 116 for Ronaldo. 158 to 117 for Ronaldo. 158 to 118 for Ronaldo. 159 to 118 for Ronaldo. 160 to 118 for Ronaldo. 160 to 119 for Ronaldo. 160 to 120 for Ronaldo. 160 to 121 for Ronaldo. 161 to 121 for Ronaldo. 161 to 122 for Ronaldo. 162 to 122 for Ronaldo. 162 to 123 for Ronaldo. 163 to 123 for Ronaldo. 164 to 123 for 164 to 124 for Ronaldo. 164 to 125 for Ronaldo. 164 to 126 for Ronaldo. 165 to 126 for Ronaldo. 166 to 126 for Ronaldo. 166 to 127 for Ronaldo. 167 to 127 for Ronaldo. 168 to 127 for Ronaldo. 169 to 127 for Ronaldo. 170 to 127 for Ronaldo. 171 to 127 for Ronaldo. 171 to 128 for Ronaldo. 171 to 129 for Ronaldo. 172 to 129 for Ronaldo. 173 to 129 for Ronaldo. 174 to 129 for Ronaldo. 174 to 130 for Ronaldo. 175 to 130 for Ronaldo. 176 to 130 for Ronaldo. 177 to 130 for Ronaldo. 178 to 130 for Ronaldo. 178 to 131 for Ronaldo. 179 to 131 for Ronaldo. 180 to 131 for Ronaldo. 180 to 132 for Ronaldo. 180 to 133 for Ronaldo. 180 to 134 for Ronaldo. 180 to 135 for Ronaldo. 181 to 135 for Ronaldo. 182 to 135 for Ronaldo. 183 to 135 for Ronaldo. 183 to 136 for Ronaldo. 183 to 137 for Ronaldo. 183 to 138 for Ronaldo. 183 to 139 for Ronaldo. 183 to 140 for Ronaldo. 183 to 141 for Ronaldo. 184 to 141 for Ronaldo. 184 to 142 for Ronaldo. 185 to 142 for Ronaldo. 185 to 143 for Ronaldo. 185 to 144 for Ronaldo. 186 to 144 for Ronaldo. 187 to 144 for Ronaldo. 188 to 144 for Ronaldo. 189 to 144 for Ronaldo. 190 to 144 for Ronaldo. 190 to 145 for Ronaldo. 190 to 146 for Ronaldo. 191 to 146 for Ronaldo. 191 to 147 for Ronaldo. 192 to 147 for Ronaldo. 192 to 148 for Ronaldo. 193 to 148 for Ronaldo. 193 to 149 for Ronaldo. 194 to 149 for Ronaldo. 195 to 149 for Ronaldo. 195 to 150 for Ronaldo. 196 to 150 for Ronaldo. 197 to 150 for Ronaldo. 197 to 151 for Ronaldo. 198 to 151 for Ronaldo. 198 to 152 for Ronaldo. 199 to 152 for Ronaldo. 200 to 152 for Ronaldo. 201 to 152 for Ronaldo. 201 to 153 for Ronaldo. 202 to 153 for Ronaldo. 203 to 150. 202 to 154 for Ronaldo. 203 to 154 for Ronaldo. 204 to 154 for Ronaldo. 205 to 154 for Ronaldo. 205 to 155 for Ronaldo. 206 to 155 for Ronaldo. 207 to 155 for Ronaldo. 208 to 155 for Ronaldo. 208 to 156 for Ronaldo. 208 to 157 for Ronaldo. 209 to 157 for Ronaldo. 209 to 158 for Ronaldo. 209 to 159 for Ronaldo. 210 to 159 for Ronaldo. 211 to 159 for Ronaldo. 211 to 160 for Ronaldo. 212 to 160 for Ronaldo. 212 to 161 for Ronaldo. 212 to 162 for Ronaldo. 212 to 163 for Ronaldo. 212 to 164 for Ronaldo. 213 to 164 for Ronaldo. 213 to 165 for Ronaldo. 214 to 165 for Ronaldo. 215 to 165 for Ronaldo. 216 to 165 for Ronaldo. 216 to 166 for Ronaldo. 217 to 166 for Ronaldo. 218 to 166 for Ronaldo. 219 to 166 for Ronaldo. 220 to 166 for Ronaldo. 220 to 167 for Ronaldo. 220 to 168 for Ronaldo. 221 to 168 for Ronaldo. 221 to 169 for Ronaldo. 221 to 170 for Ronaldo. 222 to 170 for Ronaldo. 223 to 170 for Ronaldo. 223 to 171 for Ronaldo. 223 to 172 for Ronaldo. 223 to 173 for Ronaldo. 223 to 174 for 223 to 175 for Ronaldo. 224 to 175 for Ronaldo. 224 to 176 for Ronaldo. 224 to 177 for 225 to 177 for Ronaldo. 226 to 177 for 227 to 177 for 228 to 177, 229 to 177 for Ronaldo. 229 to 178 for Ronaldo. 230 to 178 for Ronaldo. 231 to 178 for Ronaldo. 232 to 178 for Ronaldo. 232 to 179 for Ronaldo. 233 to 179. 234 to 179 for 235 to 179 for Ronaldo. 235 to 180 for Ronaldo. 236 to 180 for Ronaldo. 236 to 181 for Ronaldo. 236 to 182 for Ronaldo. 237 to 182 for Ronaldo. 238 to 182 for Ronaldo. 238 to 183 for Ronaldo. 238 to 184 for Ronaldo. 238 to 185 for Ronaldo. 239 to 185 for Ronaldo. 240 to 185 for Ronaldo. 241 to 185 for Ronaldo. 241 to 186 for Ronaldo. 242 to 186 for 242 to 187 for Ronaldo. 242 to 188 for Ronaldo. 243 to 188 for Ronaldo. 244 to 188 for Ronaldo. 244 to 189 for Ronaldo. 244 to 190 for Ronaldo. 245 to 190 for Ronaldo. 245 to 191 for Ronaldo. 245 to 192 for Ronaldo. 246 to 192 for Ronaldo. 246 to 193 for Ronaldo. 247 to 193 for Ronaldo. 247 to 194 for Ronaldo. 247 to 195 for Ronaldo. 248 to 195 for Ronaldo. 249 to 195 for Ronaldo. 250 to 195 for Ronaldo. 251 to 195 for Ronaldo. 252 to 195 for Ronaldo. 253 to 195 for Ronaldo. 253 to 196 for Ronaldo. 254 to 196 for Ronaldo. 255 to 196 for Ronaldo. 256 to 196 for Ronaldo. 256 to 197 for Ronaldo. 257 to 197 for Ronaldo. 258 to 197 for Ronaldo. 258 to 198 for Ronaldo. 258 to 199 for Ronaldo. 259 to 199 for Ronaldo. 260 to 199 for Ronaldo. 261 to 199 for Ronaldo. 262 to 199 for Ronaldo. 263 to 199 for Ronaldo. 263 to 200 for Ronaldo. 263 to 201 for Ronaldo. 263 to 202 for Ronaldo. 263 to 203 for Ronaldo. 263 to 204 for Ronaldo. 263 to 205 for Ronaldo. 263 to 206 for Ronaldo. 264 to 206 for Ronaldo. 265 to 206 for Ronaldo. 265 to 207 for Ronaldo. 265 to 208 for Ronaldo. 266 to 208 for Ronaldo. 266 to 209 for Ronaldo. 266 to 210 for Ronaldo. 266 to 211 for Ronaldo. 267 to 211 for Ronaldo. 268 to 211 for Ronaldo. 269 to 211 for Ronaldo. 270 to 211 for Ronaldo. 270 to 212 for Ronaldo. 271 to 212 for Ronaldo. 271 to 213 for Ronaldo. 272 to 213 for Ronaldo. 273 to 213 for Ronaldo. 274 to 213 for Ronaldo. 274 to 214 for Ronaldo. 275 to 214 for Ronaldo. 275 to 215 for Ronaldo. 275 to 216 for Ronaldo. 275 to 217 for Ronaldo. 275 to 218 for Ronaldo. 276 to 218 for Ronaldo. 277 to 218 for Ronaldo. 277 to 219 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
278 to 219 for Ronaldo. 279 to 219 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
280 to 219 for Ronaldo. 281 to 219 for Ronaldo. 282 to 219 for Ronaldo. 282 to 220 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
282 to 221 for Ronaldo. 282 to 222 for Ronaldo. 282 to 223 for Ronaldo. 282 to 224 for Ronaldo. 283 to 224 for Ronaldo. 283 to 225 for Ronaldo. 284 to 225 for Ronaldo. 285 to 225 for Ronaldo. 286 to 225 for Ronaldo. 286 to 226 for Ronaldo. 287 to 226 for Ronaldo. 288 to 226 for Ronaldo. 289 to 226 for Ronaldo. 290 to 226 for Ronaldo. 291 to 226 for Ronaldo. 292 to 226. 293 to 226 for Ronaldo. 293 to 227 for Ronaldo. 294 to 227 for Ronaldo. 294 to 228 for Ronaldo. 294 to 229 for Ronaldo. 295 to 229 for Ronaldo. 295 to 230 for Ronaldo. 296 to 230 for Ronaldo. 296 to 231 for Ronaldo. 297 to 231 for Ronaldo. 298 to 231 for Ronaldo. 299 to 231 for Ronaldo. 299 to 232 for Ronaldo. 300 to 232 for Ronaldo. 300 to 233 for Ronaldo. 301 to 233 for Ronaldo. 302 to 233 for Ronaldo. 303 to 233 for Ronaldo. 303 to 234 for Ronaldo. 304 to 234 for Ronaldo. 305 to 234 for Ronaldo. 306 to 234 for Ronaldo. 306 to 235 for Ronaldo. 307 to 235 for Ronaldo. 307 to 236 for Ronaldo. 308 to 236 for Ronaldo. 309 to 236 for Ronaldo. 309 to 237 for Ronaldo. 309 to 238 for Ronaldo. 310 to 238 for Ronaldo. 310 to 239 for Ronaldo. 310 to 240 for Ronaldo. 311 to 240 for Ronaldo. 312 to 240 for Ronaldo. 313 to 240 for Ronaldo. 313 to 241 for Ronaldo. 314 to 241 for Ronaldo. 314 to 242 for Ronaldo. 315 to 242 for Ronaldo. 316 to 242 for Ronaldo. 317 to 242 for Ronaldo. 318 to 242 for Ronaldo. 318 to 243 for Ronaldo. 318 to 244 for Ronaldo. 318 to 245 for Ronaldo. 318 to 246 for Ronaldo. 319 to 246 for Ronaldo. 320 to 246 for Ronaldo. 320 to 247 for Ronaldo. 320 to 248 for Ronaldo. 321 to 248 for Ronaldo. 322 to 248 for Ronaldo. 322 to 249 for Ronaldo. 323 to 249 for Ronaldo. 323 to 250 for Ronaldo. 323 to 251 for Ronaldo. 323 to 252 for Ronaldo. 324 to 252 for Ronaldo. 324 to 253 for Ronaldo. 324 to 254 for Ronaldo. 325 to 254 for 325 to 255 for Ronaldo. 326 to 255 for Ronaldo. 327 to 255 for Ronaldo. 327 to 256 for Ronaldo. 327 to 257 for Ronaldo. 327 to 258 for Ronaldo. 327 to 259 for Ronaldo. 328 to 259 for Ronaldo. 329 to 259 for Ronaldo. 329 to 260 for Ronaldo. 330 to 260 for Ronaldo. 331 to 260 for Ronaldo. 332 to 260 for Ronaldo. 332 to 261 for Ronaldo. 333 to 261 for Ronaldo. 334 to 261 for Ronaldo. 335 to 261 for Ronaldo. 335 to 262 for Ronaldo. 336 to 262 for Ronaldo. 337 to 262 for Ronaldo. 338 to 262 for Ronaldo. 339 to 262 for Ronaldo. 339 to 263 for Ronaldo. 339 to 264 for Ronaldo. 340 to 264 for Ronaldo. 340 to 265 for Ronaldo. 341 to 265 for Ronaldo. 342 to 265 for Ronaldo. 342 to 266 for Ronaldo. 343 to 266 for Ronaldo. 344 to 266 for Ronaldo. 345 to 266 for 346 to 266 for Ronaldo. 347 to 266 for Ronaldo. 348 to 266 for Ronaldo. 349 to 266 for Ronaldo. 349 to 267 for Ronaldo. 350 to 267 for Ronaldo. 351 to 267, 352 to 267 for Ronaldo. 353 to 267, 353 to 268 for Ronaldo. 354 to 268 for Ronaldo. 355 to 268 for Ronaldo. 355 to 269 for Ronaldo. 355 to 270 for Ronaldo. 355 to 271 for Ronaldo. 356 to 271 for Ronaldo. 357 to 271 for Ronaldo. 357 to 272 for Ronaldo. 358 to 272 for Ronaldo. 358 to 273 for Ronaldo. 358 to 274 for Ronaldo. 358 to 275 for Ronaldo. 358 to 276 for Ronaldo. 359 to 276 for Ronaldo. 359 to 277 for Ronaldo. 359 to 278 for Ronaldo. 360 to 278 for Ronaldo. 361 to 278 for Ronaldo. 361 to 279 for Ronaldo. 362 to 270, 363 to 279 for Ronaldo. 364 to 279 for Ronaldo. 364 to 280 for Ronaldo. 364 to 281 for Ronaldo. 364 to 282 for Ronaldo. 364 to 283 for Ronaldo. 365 to 283 for Ronaldo. 365 to 284 for Ronaldo. 366 to 284 for Ronaldo. 366 to 285 for Ronaldo. 367 to 285 for Ronaldo. 368 to 285 for Ronaldo. 368 to 286 for Ronaldo. 368 to 287 for Ronaldo. 368 to 288 for Ronaldo. 368 to 289 for Ronaldo. 368 to 290 for Ronaldo. 368 to 291 for Ronaldo. 368 to 292 for Ronaldo. 369 to 292 for Ronaldo. 370 to 292 for Ronaldo. 371 to 292 for Ronaldo. 372 to 292 for Ronaldo. 373 to 292 for Ronaldo. 374 to 292 for Ronaldo. 374 to 293 for Ronaldo. 375 to 293 for Ronaldo. 375 to 294 for Ronaldo. 375 to 295 for Ronaldo. 376 to 295 for Ronaldo. 376 to 296 for Ronaldo. 376 to 297 for Ronaldo. 376 to 298 for Ronaldo. 376 to 299 for Ronaldo. 376 to 300 for Ronaldo. 376 to 301 for Ronaldo. 376 to 302 for Ronaldo. 376 to 303 for Ronaldo. 376 to 304 for Ronaldo. 376 to 305 for Ronaldo. 376 to 306 for Ronaldo. 376 to 307 for Ronaldo. 376 to 308 for Ronaldo. 376 to 309 for Ronaldo. 377 to 309 for Ronaldo. 378 to 309 for Ronaldo. 379 to 309 for Ronaldo. 380 to 309 for Ronaldo. 380 to 310 for Ronaldo. 381 to 310 for Ronaldo. 382 to 310 for Ronaldo. 383 to 310 for Ronaldo. 384 to 310 for Ronaldo. 384 to 311 for Ronaldo. 384 to 312 for Ronaldo. 385 to 312 for Ronaldo. 386 to 312 for Ronaldo. 387 to 312 for Ronaldo. 388 to 312 for Ronaldo. 389 to 312 for Ronaldo. 390 to 312 for Ronaldo. 390 to 313 for Ronaldo. 390 to 314 for Ronaldo. 390 to 315 for Ronaldo. 390 to 316 for Ronaldo. 390 to 317 for Ronaldo. 391 to 317 for Ronaldo. 392 to 317 for Ronaldo. 392 to 318 for Ronaldo. 393 to 318 for Ronaldo. 394 to 318 for Ronaldo. 394 to 319 for Ronaldo. 395 to 319 for Ronaldo. 395 to 320 for Ronaldo. 395 to 321 for Ronaldo. 395 to 322 for Ronaldo. 396 to 322 for Ronaldo. 397 to 322 for Ronaldo. 398 to 322 for Ronaldo. 399 to 322 for Ronaldo. 400 to 322 for Ronaldo. 401 to 322 for Ronaldo. 402 to 322 for Ronaldo. 402 to 323 for Ronaldo. 403 to 323 for Ronaldo. 404 to 323 for Ronaldo. 404 to 324 for Ronaldo. 405 to 324 for Ronaldo. 406 to 324 for Ronaldo. 406 to 325 for Ronaldo. 407 to 325 for Ronaldo. 408 to 325 for Ronaldo. 408 to 326 for Ronaldo. 408 to 327 for Ronaldo. 408 to 328 for Ronaldo. 409 to 328 for Ronaldo. 409 to 329 for Ronaldo. 410 to 329 for Ronaldo. 410 to 330 for Ronaldo. 410 to 331 for Ronaldo. 410 to 332 for Ronaldo. 411 to 332 for Ronaldo. 412 to 332 for Ronaldo. 412 to 333 for Ronaldo. 412 to 334 for Ronaldo. 413 to 334 for Ronaldo. 413 to 335 for Ronaldo. 414 to 335 for Ronaldo. 414 to 336 for Ronaldo. 414 to 337 for Ronaldo. 414 to 338 for Ronaldo. 415 to 338 for Ronaldo. 416 to 338 for Ronaldo. 416 to 339 for Ronaldo. 417 to 339 for Ronaldo. 417 to 340 for Ronaldo. 417 to 341 for Ronaldo. 418 to 341 for Ronaldo. 418 to 342 for Ronaldo. 418 to 343 for Ronaldo. 419 to 343 for Ronaldo. 419 to 344 for Ronaldo. 419 to 345 for Ronaldo. 419 to 346 for Ronaldo. 420 to 346 for Ronaldo. 421 to 346 for Ronaldo. 421 to 347. 422 to 347 for Ronaldo. 422 to 348 for Ronaldo. 423 to 348 for 424 to 348 for Ronaldo. 425 to 348 for Ronaldo. 426 to 348 for Ronaldo. 427 to 348 for Ronaldo. 427 to 349 for Ronaldo. 428 to 349 for Ronaldo. 429 to 349 for Ronaldo. 430 to 349 for Ronaldo. 431 to 349 for Ronaldo. 432 to 349 for Ronaldo. 433 to 349 for Ronaldo. 433 to 350 for Ronaldo. 434 to 350 for Ronaldo. 434 to 351 for Ronaldo. 434 to 352 for Ronaldo. 434 to 353 for Ronaldo. 434 to 354 for Ronaldo. 434 to 355 for Ronaldo. 434 to 356 for Ronaldo. 434 to 357 for Ronaldo. 435 to 357 for Ronaldo. 435 to 358 for Ronaldo. 435 to 359 for Ronaldo. 436 to 359 for Ronaldo. 436 to 360 for Ronaldo. 436 to 361 for Ronaldo. 436 to 362 for Ronaldo. 436 to 363 for Ronaldo. 437 to 363 for Ronaldo. 437 to 364 for Ronaldo. 437 to 365 for Ronaldo. 437 to 366 for Ronaldo. 437 to 367 for Ronaldo. 438 to 367 for Ronaldo. 439 to 367 for Ronaldo. 440 to 367 for Ronaldo. 441 to 367 for Ronaldo. 442 to 367 for Ronaldo. 442 to 368 for Ronaldo. 442 to 369 for Ronaldo. 442 to 370 for Ronaldo. 443 to 370 for Ronaldo. 443 to 371 for Ronaldo. 443 to 372 for Ronaldo. 444 to 372 for Ronaldo. 444 to 373 for Ronaldo. 444 to 374 for Ronaldo. 444 to 375 for Ronaldo. 444 to 376 for Ronaldo. 444 to 377 for 444 to 378 for Ronaldo. 445 to 378 for Ronaldo. 445 to 379 for Ronaldo. 446 to 379 for Ronaldo. 446 to 380 for Ronaldo. 446 to 381 for 447 to 381 for Ronaldo. 447 to 382 for 447 to 383. 447 to 384 for Ronaldo. 447 to 380. 448 to 385. 448 to 386 for Ronaldo. 448 to 387 for Ronaldo. 448 to 388 for 449 to 388 for Ronaldo. 449 to 389 for Ronaldo. 449 to 390 for Ronaldo. 450 to 390 for Ronaldo. 450 to 391 for Ronaldo. 450 to 392 for Ronaldo. 451 to 392. 451 to 393. 452 to 393 for 453 to 393. 454 to 309. 454 to 394 for Ronaldo. 454 to 395 for 455 to 395. 456 to 395. 457 to 395. 458 to 395 for Ronaldo. 458 to 396 for Ronaldo. 459 to 396 for 460 to 396 for Ronaldo. 460 to 397 for Ronaldo. 461 to 398 for Ronaldo. 462 to 398 for Ronaldo. 463 to 398 for Ronaldo. 464 to 398 for Ronaldo. 465 to 398 for Ronaldo. 466 to 398 for Ronaldo. 466 to 399 for Ronaldo. 466 to 400 for Ronaldo. 467 to 400 for Ronaldo. 467 to 401 for Ronaldo. 467 to 402 for Ronaldo. 467 to 403 for Ronaldo. 467 to 404 for Ronaldo. 468 to 404 for Ronaldo. 468 to 405 for Ronaldo. 469 to 405 for Ronaldo. 470 to 405 for Ronaldo. 471 to 405 for Ronaldo. 471 to 406 for Ronaldo. 472 to 406 for Ronaldo. 473 to 406 for Ronaldo. 474 to 406 for Ronaldo. 475 to 406 for Ronaldo. 476 to 406 for Ronaldo. 476 to 407 for Ronaldo. 476 to 408 for Ronaldo. 477 to 408 for Ronaldo. 477 to 409 for Ronaldo. 478 to 409 for Ronaldo. 479 to 409 for Ronaldo. 480 to 409 for Ronaldo. 480 to 410 for Ronaldo. 481 to 410 for Ronaldo. 481 to 411 for Ronaldo. 482 to 411 for Ronaldo. 483 to 411 for Ronaldo. 484 to 411 for Ronaldo. 485 to 411 for Ronaldo. 486 to 411 for Ronaldo. 487 to 411 for Ronaldo. 488 to 411 for Ronaldo. 488 to 412 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
488 to 413 for Ronaldo. 488 to 414 for Ronaldo. 489 to 414 for Ronaldo.
Guys, subscribe now.
490 to 414 for Ronaldo. 490 to 415 for Ronaldo. 491 to 415 for Ronaldo. 491 to 416 for Ronaldo. 491 to 417 for Ronaldo. 492 to 417 for Ronaldo. 492 to 418 for Ronaldo. 492 to 419 for Ronaldo. 493 to 419 for Ronaldo. 493 to 420 for Ronaldo. 493 to 421 for Ronaldo. 494 to 421 for Ronaldo. 494 to 422 for Ronaldo. 494 to 423 for Ronaldo. 494 to 424 for Ronaldo. 495 to 424 for Ronaldo. 495 to 425 for Ronaldo. 495 to 426 for Ronaldo. 496 to 426 for Ronaldo. 497 to 426 for Ronaldo. 497 to 427 for Ronaldo. 497 to 428 for Ronaldo. 498 to 428 for Ronaldo. 498 to 429 for Ronaldo. 499 to 429 for Ronaldo. 500 to 429 for Ronaldo. 500 to 430 for Ronaldo. 500 to 431 for Ronaldo. 501 to 431 for Ronaldo. 502 to 431 for Ronaldo. 503 to 431 for Ronaldo. 504 to 431 for Ronaldo. 504 to 432 for Ronaldo. 504 to 433 for Ronaldo. 504 to 434 for Ronaldo. 504 to 435 for Ronaldo. 505 to 435 for Ronaldo. 506 to 435 for Ronaldo. 506 to 436 for Ronaldo. 506 to 437 for Ronaldo. 506 to 438 for Ronaldo. 506 to 439 for Ronaldo. 506 to 440 for Ronaldo. 506 to 441 for Ronaldo. 507 to 441 for Ronaldo. 507 to 442 for Ronaldo. 508 to 442 for Ronaldo. 508 to 443 for Ronaldo. 508 to 444 for Ronaldo. 509 to 444 for Ronaldo. 509 to 445 for Ronaldo. 510 to 445 for Ronaldo. 511 to 445 for Ronaldo. 512 to 445 for Ronaldo. 512 to 446 for Ronaldo. 512 to 447 for Ronaldo. 512 to 448 for Ronaldo. 513 to 448 for Ronaldo. 514 to 448 for Ronaldo. 515 to 448 for Ronaldo. 515 to 449 for Ronaldo. 515 to 450 for Ronaldo. 516 to 450 for Ronaldo. 516 to 451 for Ronaldo. 517 to 451 for Ronaldo. 518 to 451 for Ronaldo. 519 to 451 for Ronaldo. 519 to 452 for Ronaldo. 520 to 452 for Ronaldo. 521 to 452 for Ronaldo. 521 to 453 for Ronaldo. 521 to 454 for Ronaldo. 522 to 454 for Ronaldo. 523 to 454 for Ronaldo. 523 to 455 for Ronaldo. 523 to 456 for Ronaldo. 524 to 456 for 525 to 456 for Ronaldo. 526 to 456 for Ronaldo. 526 to 457 for Ronaldo. 527 to 457 for Ronaldo. 528 to 457 for Ronaldo. 529 to 457 for Ronaldo. 530 to 457 for Ronaldo. 531 to 457 for Ronaldo. 531 to 458 for Ronaldo. 531 to 459 for Ronaldo. 531 to 460 for Ronaldo. 531 to 461 for Ronaldo. 531 to 462 for Ronaldo. 532 to 462 for Ronaldo. 532 to 463 for Ronaldo. 533 to 463 for Ronaldo. 534 to 463 for Ronaldo. 535 to 463 for Ronaldo. 536 to 463 for Ronaldo. 537 to 463 for Ronaldo. 537 to 463 464 for Ronaldo. 538 to 464 for Ronaldo. 539 to 464 for Ronaldo. 540 to 464 for Ronaldo. 540 to 465 for Ronaldo. 541 to 465. 542 to 465 for Ronaldo. 542 to 466 for Ronaldo. 542 to 467 for Ronaldo. 543 to 467 for Ronaldo. 544 to 467 for Ronaldo. 545 to 467 for Ronaldo. 545 to 468 for Ronaldo. 545 to 469 for Ronaldo. 546 to 469 for Ronaldo. 546 to 470 for Ronaldo. 547 to 470 for Ronaldo. 548 to 470 for Ronaldo. 549 to 470 for Ronaldo. 549 to 471 for Ronaldo. 550 to 471 for Ronaldo. 550 to 472 for Ronaldo. 550 to 473 for Ronaldo. 551 to 473 for Ronaldo. 551 to 474 for Ronaldo. 551 to 475 for Ronaldo. 552 to 475 for Ronaldo. 552 to 476 for Ronaldo. 552 to 477 for Ronaldo. 553 to 477 for Ronaldo. 553 to 478 for Ronaldo. 554 to 478 for 555 to 478 for Ronaldo. 555 to 479 for Ronaldo. 556 to 479 for Ronaldo. 557 to 479 for Ronaldo. 557 to 480 for Ronaldo. 557 to 481 for Ronaldo. 558 to 481 for Ronaldo. 559 to 481 for Ronaldo. 560 to 481 for Ronaldo. 561 to 481 for Ronaldo. 562 to 481 for Ronaldo. 563 to 481 for Ronaldo. 564 to 481 for Ronaldo. 564 to 482 for Ronaldo. 564 to 483 for Ronaldo. 565 to 483 for Ronaldo. 566 to 483 for Ronaldo. 567 to 483 for Ronaldo. 568 to 483 for Ronaldo. 569 to 483 for Ronaldo. 570 to 483 for Ronaldo. 571 to 483 for Ronaldo. 572 to 483 for Ronaldo. 572 to 484 for Ronaldo. 573 to 484 for Ronaldo. 573 to 485 for Ronaldo. 573 to 486 for Ronaldo. 574 to 486 for Ronaldo. 574 to 487 for Ronaldo. 575 to 487 for Ronaldo. 575 to 488 for Ronaldo. 576 to 488 for Ronaldo. 577 to 488 for Ronaldo. 578 to 488 for Ronaldo. 578 to 489 for Ronaldo. 579 to 489 for Ronaldo. 580 to 489 for Ronaldo. 580 to 490 for Ronaldo. 580 to 491 for Ronaldo. 580 to 492 for Ronaldo. 580 to 493 for Ronaldo. 580 to 494 for Ronaldo. 581 to 494 for Ronaldo. 582 to 494 for Ronaldo. 582 to 495 for Ronaldo. 583 to 495 for Ronaldo. 584 to 495 for Ronaldo. 584 to 496 for Ronaldo. 584 to 497 for Ronaldo. 584 to 498 for Ronaldo. 585 to 498 for Ronaldo. 585 to 499 for Ronaldo. 586 to 499 for Ronaldo. 586 to 500 for Ronaldo. 586 to 501 for Ronaldo. 587 to 501 for Ronaldo. 588 to 501 for Ronaldo. 588 to 502 for Ronaldo. 588 to 503 for Ronaldo. 589 to 503 for Ronaldo. 589 to 504 for Ronaldo. 589 to 505 for Ronaldo. 589 to 506 for Ronaldo. 590 to 506 for Ronaldo. 590 to 507 for Ronaldo. 590 to 508 for Ronaldo. 591 to 508 for Ronaldo. 592 to 508 for Ronaldo. 593 to 508 for Ronaldo. 594 to 508 for Ronaldo. 594 to 509 for Ronaldo. 595 to 509 for Ronaldo. 596 to 509 for Ronaldo. 596 to 510 for Ronaldo. 596 to 511 for Ronaldo. 596 to 512 for Ronaldo. 596 to 513 for Ronaldo. 596 to 514 for Ronaldo. 597 to 514 for Ronaldo. 597 to 515 for Ronaldo. 597 to 516 for Ronaldo. 597 to 517 for Ronaldo. 597 to 518 for Ronaldo. 597 to 519 for Ronaldo. 597 to 520 for Ronaldo. 597 to 521 for Ronaldo. 598 to 521 for Ronaldo. 598 to 522 for Ronaldo. 598 to 523 for Ronaldo. 598 to 524 for Ronaldo. 598 to 525 for Ronaldo. 598 to 526 for Ronaldo. 599 to 526 for Ronaldo. 600 to 526 for Ronaldo. 600 to 527 for Ronaldo. 601 to 527 for Ronaldo. 601 to 528 for Ronaldo. 601 to 529 for Ronaldo. 601 to 530 for Ronaldo. 602 to 530 for Ronaldo. 602 to 531 for Ronaldo. 603 to 531 for Ronaldo. 603 to 532 for Ronaldo. 604 to 532 for Ronaldo. 605 to 532 for Ronaldo. 606 to 532 for Ronaldo. 607 to 532 for Ronaldo. 608 to 532 for Ronaldo. 609 to 532 for Ronaldo. 610 to 532 for Ronaldo. 610 to 533 for Ronaldo. 611 to 533 for Ronaldo. 612 to 533 for Ronaldo. 613 to 533 for Ronaldo. 613 to 534 for Ronaldo. 613 to 535 for Ronaldo. 613 to 536 for Ronaldo. 614 to 536 for Ronaldo. 615 to 536 for Ronaldo. 615 to 537 for Ronaldo. 616 to 537 for Ronaldo. 617 to 537 for 618 to 537 for Ronaldo. 619 to 537 for Ronaldo. 619 to 538 for Ronaldo. 619 to 539 for Ronaldo. 620 to 539 for Ronaldo. 621 to 539 for Ronaldo. 622 to 539 for Ronaldo. 623 to 539 for Ronaldo. 623 to 540 for Ronaldo. 624 to 540 for Ronaldo. 625 to 540 for Ronaldo. 625 to 541 for Ronaldo. 625 to 542 for Ronaldo. 626 to 542. 626 to 543 for Ronaldo. 626 to 544 for Ronaldo. 626 to 545 for Ronaldo. 627 to 545 for Ronaldo. 628 to 545 for Ronaldo. 628 to 546 for Ronaldo. 629 to 546 for Ronaldo. 628 to 546 for Ronaldo. 628 to 547 for Ronaldo. 629 to 547 for Ronaldo. 630 to 547 for Ronaldo. 630 to 548 for Ronaldo. 631 to 548 for Ronaldo. 632 to 548 for Ronaldo. 633 to 548 for Ronaldo. 633 to 549 for Ronaldo. 634 to 549 for Ronaldo. 630 550 for Ronaldo. 635 to 550 for Ronaldo. 636 to 550 for Ronaldo. 636 to 551 for Ronaldo. 637 to 551 for Ronaldo. 637 to 552 for Ronaldo. 638 to 552 for Ronaldo. 639 to 552 for Ronaldo. 639 to 553 for Ronaldo. 639 to 554 for Ronaldo. 639 to 555 for Ronaldo. 640 to 555 for Ronaldo. 640 to 556 for Ronaldo. 640 to 557 for Ronaldo. 641 to 557 for Ronaldo. 642 to 557 for Ronaldo. 642 to 558 for Ronaldo. 642 to 559 for Ronaldo. 642 to 560 for Ronaldo. 642 to 561 for Ronaldo. 643 to 561 for Ronaldo. 643 to 562 for Ronaldo. 644 to 562 for Ronaldo. 644 to 563 for Ronaldo. 644 to 564 for Ronaldo. 644 to 565 for Ronaldo. 645 to 565 for Ronaldo. 645 to 566 for Ronaldo. 646 to 566 for Ronaldo. 646 to 567 for Ronaldo. 646 to 568 for Ronaldo. 646 to 569 for Ronaldo. 647 to 569 for Ronaldo. 647 to 570 for Ronaldo. 648 to 570 for Ronaldo. 648 to 571 for Ronaldo. 649 to 571 for Ronaldo. 650 to 571 for Ronaldo. 651 to 571 for Ronaldo. 652 to 571 for 652 to 572 for Ronaldo. 652 to 573 for Ronaldo. 652 to 574 for Ronaldo. 652 to 575 for Ronaldo. 653 to 575 for Ronaldo. 654 to 575 for Ronaldo. 655 to 575 for Ronaldo. 656 to 575 for Ronaldo. 656 to 576 for Ronaldo. 657 to 576 for Ronaldo. 657 to 577 for Ronaldo. 658 to 577 for Ronaldo. 658 to 578 for Ronaldo. $658 to 579 for Ronaldo. 658 to 580 for Ronaldo. 659 659 to 580 for Ronaldo. 660 to 580 for Ronaldo. 661 to 580 for Ronaldo. 661 to 581 for Ronaldo. 662 to 581 for Ronaldo. 662 to 582 for Ronaldo. 663 to 582 for Ronaldo. 664 to 582 for Ronaldo. 665 to 582 for Ronaldo. 666 to 582 for Ronaldo. 666 to 583 for Ronaldo. 666 to 584 for Ronaldo. 667 to 584 for Ronaldo. 667 to 585 for Ronaldo. 667 to 586 for Ronaldo. 667 to 587 for Ronaldo. 667 to 588 for Ronaldo. 668 to 588 for Ronaldo. 668 to 589 for Ronaldo. 669 to 589 for Ronaldo. 669 to 590 for Ronaldo. 670 to 590 for Ronaldo. 670 to 591 for Ronaldo. 671 to 591 for Ronaldo. 672 to 591 for Ronaldo. 673 to 591 for Ronaldo. 673 to 592 for Ronaldo. 673 to 593 for Ronaldo. 673 to 594 for 674 to 594 for Ronaldo. 674 to 595, 675 to 595 for Ronaldo. 676 to 595 for Ronaldo. 676 to 596 for Ronaldo. 676 to 597 for Ronaldo. 677 to 597 for Ronaldo. 678 to 597 for Ronaldo. 679 to 597 for Ronaldo. 679 to 598 for Ronaldo. 679 to 599 for Ronaldo. 679 to 600 for Ronaldo. 679 to 601 for Ronaldo. 680 to 601 for Ronaldo. 681 to 601 for Ronaldo. 681 to 602 for Ronaldo. 682 to 602 for Ronaldo. 682 to 603 for Ronaldo. 682 to 604 for Ronaldo. 683 to 604 for Ronaldo. 684 to 604 for Ronaldo. 685 to 604 for Ronaldo. 685 to 605 for Ronaldo. 685 to 606 for Ronaldo. 685 to 607 for Ronaldo. 685 to 608 for Ronaldo. 686 to 608 for Ronaldo. 687 to 608 for Ronaldo. 688 to 608 for Ronaldo. 688 to 609 for Ronaldo. 688 to 610 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
688 to 611 for Ronaldo. 688 to 612 for Ronaldo. 689 to 612 for Ronaldo. 689 to 613 for Ronaldo. 690 to 613 for Ronaldo. 690 to 614 for Ronaldo. 690 to 615 for Ronaldo. 690 to 616 for Ronaldo. 691 to 616 for Ronaldo. 691 to 617 for Ronaldo. 691 to 618 for Ronaldo. 691 to 619 for Ronaldo. 692 to 619 for Ronaldo. 693 to 619 for Ronaldo. 694 to 619 for Ronaldo. 695 to 619 for 696 to 619 for Ronaldo. 696 to 620 for Ronaldo. 697 to 620 for Ronaldo. 697 to 621 for Ronaldo. 698 to 621 for Ronaldo. 699 to 621 for Ronaldo. 699 to 622 for Ronaldo. 700 to 622 for Ronaldo. 701 to 622 for Ronaldo. 701 to 623 for Ronaldo. 702 to 623 for Ronaldo. 702 to 624 for Ronaldo. 703 to 624 for Ronaldo. 704 to 624 for Ronaldo. 704 to 625 for Ronaldo. 705 to 625 for Ronaldo. 706 to 625 for Ronaldo. 706 to 626 for Ronaldo. 706 to 627 for Ronaldo. 707 to 627 for Ronaldo. 707 to 628 for Ronaldo. 707 to 629 for Ronaldo. 707 to 630 for Ronaldo. 707 to 631 for Ronaldo. 708 to 631 for Ronaldo. 709 to 631 for Ronaldo. 710 to 631 for Ronaldo. 711 to 631 for Ronaldo. 711 to 632 for Ronaldo. 712 to 632 for Ronaldo. 713 to 632 for Ronaldo. 713 to 633 for Ronaldo. 714 to 633 for Ronaldo. 715 to 633 for Ronaldo. 716 to 633 for Ronaldo. 716 to 634 for Ronaldo. 717 to 634 for Ronaldo. 718 to 634 for Ronaldo. 719 to 634 for Ronaldo. 720 to 634 for Ronaldo. 721 to 634 for Ronaldo. 722 to 634 for Ronaldo. 723 to 634 for Ronaldo. 724 to 634 for 725 to 634 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
725 to 635 for Ronaldo. 725 to 636 for Ronaldo. 726 to 636 for 727 to 636 for 728 to 636 for 728 to 630 729 to 637 for Ronaldo. 730 to 637 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
731 to 637 for 731 to 638 for Ronaldo. 731 to 639 for Ronaldo. 731 to 640 for Ronaldo. 731 to 641 for Ronaldo. 731 to 642 for Ronaldo. 732 to 642 for Ronaldo. 733 to 642 for Ronaldo. 734 to 642 for Ronaldo. 735 to 642 for 735 to 643 for 735 to 644 for Ronaldo. 735 to 645 for Ronaldo. 735 to 646. 735 to 647 for Ronaldo. 736 to 647, 736 to 648, 737 to 648 for Ronaldo, 738 to 648 for Ronaldo, 738 to 649 for Ronaldo, 738 to 650 for Ronaldo, 738 to 651 for Ronaldo, 739 to 651 for Ronaldo, 739 to 652 for Ronaldo, 740 to 652 for Ronaldo, 741 to 652 for Ronaldo, 742 to 652 for Ronaldo, 743 to 652 for Ronaldo, 743 to 653 for Ronaldo, 744 to 653 for Ronaldo, 745 to 653 for 746 to 653 for Ronaldo, 746 to 654 for Ronaldo, 747 to 654 for Ronaldo,
Please subscribe.
748 to 654 for Ronaldo, 749 to 654 for Ronaldo, 750 to 654 for Ronaldo, 751 to 654 for 752 to 654 for 753 to 654 for 753 to 655 for Ronaldo, 754 to 655, 755 to 655 for Ronaldo, 756 to 655 for Ronaldo, 756 to 656 for Ronaldo, 757 to 656 for Ronaldo, 757 to 657 for Ronaldo, 758 to 657 for Ronaldo, 758 to 658 for Ronaldo, 759 to 658 for Ronaldo, 759 to 659 for Ronaldo, 759 to 660 for Ronaldo, 760 to 660 for Ronaldo, 761 to 660 for Ronaldo, 762 to 660 for Ronaldo,
Please subscribe.
762 to 661 for Ronaldo,
It's equal, bro.
763 to 661 for Ronaldo, 763 to 662 for Ronaldo, 764 to 662 for Ronaldo, 764 to 663 for Ronaldo, 765 to 663 for Ronaldo, 766 to 663 for Ronaldo, 766 to 664 for Ronaldo, 766 to 665 for Ronaldo,
Please subscribe.
767 to 665 for Ronaldo, 767 to 666 for Ronaldo, 767 to 667 for Ronaldo, 767 to 668 for Ronaldo, 767 to 669 for Ronaldo, 767 to 670 for Ronaldo, 768 to 670 for Ronaldo, 768 to 671 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
768 to 672 for Ronaldo. 768 to 673 for Ronaldo. 768 to 674 for Ronaldo. 768 to 675 for Ronaldo. 768 to 676 for Ronaldo. 768 to 677 for Ronaldo. 768 to 678 for Ronaldo. 769 to 678 for 769 to 679 for 770 to 679 for Ronaldo. 770 to 680 for Ronaldo. 771 to 680 for Ronaldo. 771 to 681 for Ronaldo. 771 to 682 for Ronaldo. 771 to 683 for Ronaldo. 771 to 684 for Ronaldo. 772 to 684 for 772 to 685 for Ronaldo. 773 to 685 for Ronaldo. 773 to 686 for 773 to 687. 774 to 687 for Ronaldo. 774 to 688 for Ronaldo. 774 to 689 for 775 to 689 for Ronaldo. 775 to 690 for Ronaldo. 775 to 691 for Ronaldo. 776 to 691 for Ronaldo. 777 to 691. 777 to 690. 777 to 690. 777 to 694 for Ronaldo. 777 to 695. 778 to 695. 779 to 695 for Ronaldo. 779 to 690. 780 to 696 for Ronaldo. 780 to 697 for Ronaldo. 781 to 697 for Ronaldo. 782 to 697 for Ronaldo. 783 to 697 for Ronaldo. 784 to 697 for Ronaldo. 784 to 698 for Ronaldo. 785 to 99 for Ronaldo. 785 to 700 for Ronaldo. 786 to 700 for Ronaldo. 787 to 700 for Ronaldo. 788 to 700 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
789 to 700 for Ronaldo. 790 to 700 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
790 to 701 for Ronaldo. 791 to 701 for Ronaldo. 791 to 702 for Ronaldo.
Messi.
791 to 703 for Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
792 to 703 for Ronaldo.
Messi.
792 to 704 for Ronaldo. 793 to 704 for Ronaldo. 793 to 705 for Ronaldo. 794 to 705 for Ronaldo. 795 to 705. 796 to 705 for Ronaldo. 797 to 705 for Ronaldo. 798 to 705 for Ronaldo. 799 to 705 for Ronaldo. 799 to 706 for Ronaldo. 800 to 706 for Ronaldo. 800 to 707 for Ronaldo. 801 to 707 for Ronaldo. 802 to 707 for Ronaldo. 803 to 707 for Ronaldo. 803 to 708 for Ronaldo. 804 to 708 for Ronaldo. 804 to 709 for Ronaldo. 805 to 709 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
806 to 709 for Ronaldo. 807 to 709 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
807 to 710 for Ronaldo. 807 to 711 for Ronaldo. 808 to 711 for Ronaldo. 808 to 712 for Ronaldo. 808 to 713 for Ronaldo. 808 to 714 for Ronaldo. 808 to 715 for Ronaldo. 809 to 715 for Ronaldo. 809 to 716 for Ronaldo. 809 to 717 for Ronaldo. 809 to 718 for Ronaldo. 809 to 719 for Ronaldo. 809 to 720 for Ronaldo. 809 to 721 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
809 to 722 for Ronaldo. 809 to 723 for Ronaldo. 810 to 723 for Ronaldo. 810 to 724 for Ronaldo. 811 to 724 for Ronaldo. 812 to 724 for Ronaldo. 812 to 725 for Ronaldo. 813 to 725 for Ronaldo. 813 to 726 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
814 to 726 for Ronaldo. 814 to 727 for Ronaldo. 815 to 727 for Ronaldo. 816 to 727 for Ronaldo. 816 to 728 for Ronaldo. 816 to 729 for Ronaldo. 817 to 729 for Ronaldo. 818 to 729 for Ronaldo. 819 to 729 for Ronaldo. 820 to 729 for Ronaldo. 820 to 730 for Ronaldo. 821 to 730 for Ronaldo. 822 to 730 for Ronaldo. 822 to 731 for Ronaldo. 822 to 732 for Ronaldo. 822 to 733 for Ronaldo. 823 to 733 for Ronaldo. 823 to 734 for Ronaldo. 825 to 734 for Ronaldo. 825 to 735 for Ronaldo. 826 to 735 for Ronaldo. 827 to 735 for Ronaldo. 827 to 736 for Ronaldo. 827 to 737 for Ronaldo. 828 to 737 for Ronaldo. 828 to 738 for Ronaldo. 828 to 739 for Ronaldo. 828 to 740 for Ronaldo. 828 to 741 for Ronaldo. 828 to 742 for Ronaldo. 828 to 743 for Ronaldo. 828 to 744 for Ronaldo. 829 to 744 for Ronaldo. 829 to 745 for Ronaldo. 830 to 745 for Ronaldo. 831 to 745 for Ronaldo. 832 to 745 for Ronaldo. 833 to 745 for Ronaldo. 834 to 745 for Ronaldo. 834 to 746 for Ronaldo. 835 to 746 for Ronaldo. 835 to 747 for Ronaldo. 836 to 747 for Ronaldo. 837 to 747 for Ronaldo. 838 to 747 for Ronaldo. 839 to 747 for Ronaldo. 840 to 747 for Ronaldo. 841 to 747 for Ronaldo. 841 to 748 for Ronaldo. 842 to 748 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
842 to 749 for Ronaldo. 842 to 750 for Ronaldo. 843 to 750 for Ronaldo. 844 to 750 for Ronaldo. 845 to 750 for Ronaldo. 845 to 751 for Ronaldo. 846 to 751 for Ronaldo. 846 to 752 for Ronaldo. 846 to 753 for Ronaldo. 847 to 753 for Ronaldo. 847 to 754 for Ronaldo. 847 to 755 for Ronaldo. 848 to 755 for Ronaldo. 849 to 755 for Ronaldo. 850 to 755 for Ronaldo. 851 to 755 for Ronaldo. 852 to 755 for Ronaldo. 853 to 755 for Ronaldo. 853 to 756 for Ronaldo. 853 to 757 for Ronaldo. 853 to 758 for Ronaldo. 853 to 759 for Ronaldo. 854 to 759 for Ronaldo. 855 to 759 for Ronaldo. 855 to 760 for Ronaldo. 855 to 761 for Ronaldo. 856 to 761 for Ronaldo. 857 to 761 for Ronaldo. 857 to 762 for Ronaldo. 858 to 762 for Ronaldo. 858 to 763 for Ronaldo. 859 to 763 for Ronaldo. 860 to 763 for Ronaldo. 860 to 764 for Ronaldo. 860 to 765 for Ronaldo. 860 to 766 for Ronaldo. 860 to 767 for Ronaldo. 860 to 768 for Ronaldo. 861 to 768 for Ronaldo. 861 to 769 for Ronaldo. 861 to 770 for Ronaldo. 862 to 770 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
863 to 770 for Ronaldo. 863 to 771 for Ronaldo. 863 to 772 for Ronaldo. 863 to 773 for Ronaldo. 864 to 773 for Ronaldo. 865 to 773 for Ronaldo. 866 to 773 for Ronaldo. 867 to 773 for Ronaldo. 867 to 774 for Ronaldo. 867 to 775 for Ronaldo. 867 to 776 for Ronaldo. 867 to 777 for Ronaldo. 867 to 778 for Ronaldo. 868 to 778 for Ronaldo. 868 to 779 for Ronaldo. 868 to 780 for Ronaldo. 868 to 781 for Ronaldo. 869 to 781 for Ronaldo. 869 to 782 for Ronaldo. 869 to 783 for Ronaldo. 870 to 783 for Ronaldo. 871 to 783 for Ronaldo. 872 to 783 for Ronaldo. 872 to 784 for Ronaldo. 872 to 785 for Ronaldo. 872 to 786 for Ronaldo. 872 to 787 for Ronaldo. 872 to 788 for Ronaldo. 872 to 789 for Ronaldo. 873 to 789 for Ronaldo. 873 to 790 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
873 to 791 for Ronaldo. 874 to 791 for Ronaldo. 874 to 792 for Ronaldo. 874 to 793 for Ronaldo. 875 to 793 for Ronaldo. 875 to 794 for Ronaldo. 875 to 795 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
875 to 796 for Ronaldo. 876 to 796 for Ronaldo. 876 to 797 for Ronaldo. 876 to 798 for Ronaldo. 876 to 799 for Ronaldo. 877 to 799 for Ronaldo. 877 to 800 for Ronaldo. 878 to 800 for Ronaldo. 879 to 800 for Ronaldo. 879 to 801 for Ronaldo. 880 to 801 for Ronaldo. 881 to 801 for Ronaldo. 882 to 801 for Ronaldo. 883 to 801 for Ronaldo. 883 to 802 for Ronaldo. 884 to 802 for Ronaldo. 884 to 803 for Ronaldo. 884 to 804 for Ronaldo. 885 to 804 for Ronaldo. 885 to 805 for Ronaldo. 885 to 806 for Ronaldo. 886 to 806 for Ronaldo. 886 to 807 for Ronaldo. 887 to 807 for Ronaldo. 888 to 807 for Ronaldo. 889 to 807 for Ronaldo. 890 to 807 for Ronaldo. 890 to 808 for Ronaldo. 890 to 809 for Ronaldo. 890 to 810 for Ronaldo. 891 to 810 for Ronaldo. 892 to 810 for Ronaldo. 893 to 810 for Ronaldo. 894 to 810 for Ronaldo. 895 to 810 for Ronaldo. 896 to 810 for Ronaldo. 897 to 810 for Ronaldo. 898 to 810 for Ronaldo. 899 to 810 for Ronaldo. 899 to 811 for Ronaldo. 900 to 811 for Ronaldo. 900 to 812 for Ronaldo. 901 to 812 for Ronaldo. 902 to 812 for Ronaldo. 902 to 813 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
902 to 814 for Ronaldo. 903 to 814 for Ronaldo. 903 to 815 for Ronaldo. 904 to 815 for Ronaldo. 905 to 815 for Ronaldo. 905 to 816 for Ronaldo. 906 to 816 for Ronaldo. 907 to 816 for Ronaldo. 907 to 817 for Ronaldo. 908 to 817 for Ronaldo. 908 to 818 for Ronaldo. 908 to 819 for Ronaldo. 908 to 820 for Ronaldo. 908 to 821 for Ronaldo. 909 to 821 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
910 to 821 for Ronaldo. 911 to 821 for Ronaldo. 911 to 822 for Ronaldo. 911 to 823 for Ronaldo. 912 to 823 for Ronaldo. 913 to 823 for Ronaldo. 913 to 824 for Ronaldo. 913 to 825 for Ronaldo. 913 to 826 for Ronaldo. 913 to 827 for Ronaldo. 914 to 827 for Ronaldo. 915 to 827 for Ronaldo. 916 to 827 for Ronaldo. 916 to 828 for Ronaldo. 917 to 828 for Ronaldo. 917 to 829 for Ronaldo. 917 to 830 for Ronaldo. 918 to 830 for Ronaldo. 919 to 830 for Ronaldo. 919 to 831 for Ronaldo. 920 to 831 for Ronaldo. 921 to 831 for Ronaldo. 922 to 831 for Ronaldo. 922 to 832 for Ronaldo. 922 to 833 for Ronaldo. 923 to 833 for Ronaldo. 924 to 833 for Ronaldo. 925 to 833 for Ronaldo. 926 to 833 for Ronaldo. 927 to 833 for Ronaldo. 928 to 833 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
928 to 834 for Ronaldo. 929 to 834 for Ronaldo. 929 to 835 for Ronaldo. 930 to 835 for Ronaldo. 931 to 835 for Ronaldo. 931 to 836 for Ronaldo. 931 to 837 for Ronaldo. 931 to 838 for Ronaldo. 932 to 838 for Ronaldo. 933 to 838 for Ronaldo. 933 to 839 for Ronaldo. 933 to 840 for Ronaldo. 933 to 841 for Ronaldo. 934 to 841 for Ronaldo. 935 to 841 for Ronaldo. 936 to 841 for Ronaldo. 936 to 842 for Ronaldo. 936 to 843 for Ronaldo. 936 to 844 for Ronaldo. 937 to 844 for Ronaldo. 937 to 845 for Ronaldo. 937 to 846 for Ronaldo. 938 to 846 for Ronaldo. 938 to 847 for Ronaldo. 939 to 847 for Ronaldo. 939 to 848 for Ronaldo. 939 to 849 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
940 to 849 for Ronaldo. 941 to 849 for Ronaldo. 942 to 849 for Ronaldo. 942 to 850 for Ronaldo. 943 to 850 for Ronaldo. 943 to 851 for Ronaldo. 943 to 852 for Ronaldo. 943 to 853 for Ronaldo. 943 to 854 for Ronaldo. 944 to 854 for Ronaldo. 945 to 854 for Ronaldo. 945 to 855 for Ronaldo. 945 to 856 for Ronaldo. 945 to 857 for Ronaldo. 945 to 858 for Ronaldo. 946 to 858 for Ronaldo. 947 to 858 for Ronaldo. 947 to 859 for Ronaldo. 948 to 859 for Ronaldo. 948 to 860 for Ronaldo. 949 to 860 for Ronaldo. 949 to 861 for Ronaldo. 950 to 861 for Ronaldo. 950 to 862 for Ronaldo. 950 to 863 for Ronaldo. 951 to 863 for Ronaldo. 951 to 864 for Ronaldo. 951 to 865 for Ronaldo. 952 to 865 for Ronaldo. 953 to 865 for Ronaldo. 953 to 866 for Ronaldo. 953 to 867 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
954 to 867 for Ronaldo. 954 to 868 for Ronaldo. 955 to 868 for Ronaldo. 955 to 869 for Ronaldo. 955 to 870 for Ronaldo. 955 to 871 for Ronaldo. 955 to 872 for Ronaldo. 956 to 872 for Ronaldo. 956 to 873 for Ronaldo. 956 to 874 for Ronaldo. 957 to 874 for Ronaldo. 957 to 875 for Ronaldo. 958 to 875 for Ronaldo. 959 to 875 for Ronaldo. 959 to 876 for Ronaldo. 959 to 877 for Ronaldo. 959 to 878 for Ronaldo. 959 to 879 for Ronaldo. 959 to 880 for Ronaldo. 959 to 881 for Ronaldo. 959 to 882 for Ronaldo. 959 to 883 for Ronaldo. 960 to 883 for Ronaldo. 960 to 884 for Ronaldo. 961 to 884 for Ronaldo. 962 to 884 for Ronaldo. 963 to 884 for Ronaldo. 963 to 885 for Ronaldo. 963 to 886 for Ronaldo. 963 to 887 for Ronaldo. 964 to 887 for Ronaldo. 964 to 888 for Ronaldo. 964 to 889 for Ronaldo. 965 to 889 for Ronaldo. 966 to 889 for Ronaldo. 967 to 889 for Ronaldo. 968 to 889 for Ronaldo. 968 to 890 for Ronaldo. 968 to 891 for Ronaldo. 968 to 892 for Ronaldo. 969 to 892 for Ronaldo. 969 to 893 for Ronaldo. 969 to 894 for Ronaldo. 970 to 894 for Ronaldo. 971 to 894 for Ronaldo. 972 to 894 for Ronaldo. 973 to 894 for Ronaldo. 974 to 894 for Ronaldo. 975 to 894 for Ronaldo. 976 to 894 for Ronaldo. 977 to 894 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
977 to 895 for Ronaldo. 978 to 895 for Ronaldo. 978 to 896 for Ronaldo. 978 to 897 for Ronaldo. 978 to 898 for Ronaldo. 979 to 898 for Ronaldo. 979 to 899 for Ronaldo. 980 to 899 for Ronaldo. 980 to 900 for Ronaldo. 980 to 901 for Ronaldo. 980 to 902 for Ronaldo. 981 to 902 for Ronaldo. 981 to 903 for Ronaldo. 981 to 904 for Ronaldo. 981 to 905 for Ronaldo. 982 to 905 for Ronaldo. 983 to 905 for Ronaldo. 983 to 906 for Ronaldo. 983 to 907 for Ronaldo. 983 to 908 for Ronaldo. 983 to 909 for Ronaldo. 984 to 909 for Ronaldo. 985 to 909 for Ronaldo. 985 to 910 for Ronaldo. 986 to 910 for Ronaldo. 986 to 911 for Ronaldo. 987 to 911 for Ronaldo. 987 to 912 for Ronaldo. 987 to 913 for Ronaldo. 987 to 914 for Ronaldo. 988 to 914 for Ronaldo. 989 to 914 for Ronaldo. 990 to 914 for Ronaldo. 991 to 914 for Ronaldo. 992 to 914 for Ronaldo. 993 to 914 for Ronaldo. 993 to 915 for Ronaldo. 993 to 916 for Ronaldo. 994 to 916 for Ronaldo. 994 to 917 for Ronaldo. 994 to 918 for Ronaldo. 995 to 918 for Ronaldo. 995 to 919 for Ronaldo. 996 to 919 for Ronaldo. 997 to 919 for 998 to 919 for Ronaldo. 998 to 920 for Ronaldo. 999 to 920 for Ronaldo. 999 to 921 for Ronaldo. 1000 to 921 for Ronaldo. 1000 to 921 for Ronaldo. 1001 to 921 for Ronaldo. 1002 to 921 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
1002 to 922 for Ronaldo. 1002 to 923 for Ronaldo. 1003 to 923 for Ronaldo. 1003 to 924 for Ronaldo. 1004 to 924 for Ronaldo. 1005 to 924 for Ronaldo. 1006 to 924 for Ronaldo. 1006 to 925 for Ronaldo. 1007 to 925 for Ronaldo. 1007 to 926 for Ronaldo. 1007 to 927 for Ronaldo. 1007 to 928 for Ronaldo. 1007 to 929 for Ronaldo. 1007 to 930 for Ronaldo. 1008 to 930 for Ronaldo. 1008 to 931 for Ronaldo. 1009 to 931 for Ronaldo. 1010 to 931 for Ronaldo. 1011 to 931 for Ronaldo. 1011 to 932 for Ronaldo. 1012 to 932 for Ronaldo. 1013 to 932 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1013 to 933 for Ronaldo. 1014 to 933 for Ronaldo. 1014 to 934 for Ronaldo. 1015 to 934 for Ronaldo. 1015 to 935 for Ronaldo. 1016 to 935 for Ronaldo. 1017 to 935 for Ronaldo. 1017 to 936 for Ronaldo. 1017 to 937 for Ronaldo. 1018 to 937 for Ronaldo. 1018 to 938 for Ronaldo. 1018 to 939 for Ronaldo. 1019 to 939 for Ronaldo. 1019 to 940 for Ronaldo. 1019 to 941 for Ronaldo. 1019 to 942 for Ronaldo. 1020 to 942 for Ronaldo. 1020 to 943 for Ronaldo. 1020 to 944 for Ronaldo. 1021 to 944 for Ronaldo. 1021 to 945 for Ronaldo. 1022 to 945 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1023 to 945 for Ronaldo. 1023 to 946 for Ronaldo. 1024 to 946 for Ronaldo. 1024 to 947 for Ronaldo. 1024 to 948 for Ronaldo. 1025 to 948 for Ronaldo. 1026 to 948 for Ronaldo. 1026 to 949 for Ronaldo. 1027 to 949 for Ronaldo. 1027 to 950 for Ronaldo. 1027 to 951 for Ronaldo. 1028 to 951 for Ronaldo. 1028 to 952 for Ronaldo. 1029 to 952 for Ronaldo. 1030 to 952 for Ronaldo. 1030 to 953 for Ronaldo. 1031 to 953 for Ronaldo. 1031 to 954 for Ronaldo. 1031 to 955 for Ronaldo. 1031 to 956 for Ronaldo. 1031 to 957 for Ronaldo. 1032 to 957 for Ronaldo. 1033 to 957 for Ronaldo. 1034 to 957 for Ronaldo. 1035 to 957 for Ronaldo. 1035 to 958 for Ronaldo. 1036 to 958 for Ronaldo. 1037 to 958 for Ronaldo. 1037 to 959 for Ronaldo. 1038 to 959 for Ronaldo. 1039 to 959 for Ronaldo. 1039 to 960 for Ronaldo. 1039 to 961 for Ronaldo. 1040 to 961 for Ronaldo. 1040 to 962 for Ronaldo. 1040 to 963 for Ronaldo. 1040 to 964 for Ronaldo. 1041 to 964 for Ronaldo. 1042 to 964 for Ronaldo. 1043 to 964 for Ronaldo. 1043 to 965 for Ronaldo. 1043 to 966 for Ronaldo. 1043 to 967 for Ronaldo. 1043 to 968 for Ronaldo. 1043 to 969 for Ronaldo. 1044 to 969 for Ronaldo. 1044 to 970 for Ronaldo. 1045 to 970 for Ronaldo. 1045 to 971 for Ronaldo. 1045 to 972 for Ronaldo. 1046 to 972 for Ronaldo. 1046 to 973 for Ronaldo. 1046 to 974 for Ronaldo. 1046 to 975 for Ronaldo. 1046 to 976 for Ronaldo. 1047 to 976 for Ronaldo. 1047 to 977 for Ronaldo. 1047 to 978 for Ronaldo. 1047 to 979 for Ronaldo. 1048 to 979 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1048 to 980 for Ronaldo. 1049 to 980 for Ronaldo. 1049 to 981 for Ronaldo. 1049 to 982 for Ronaldo. 1050 to 982 for Ronaldo. 1050 to 983 for Ronaldo. 1050 to 984 for Ronaldo. 1050 to 985 for Ronaldo. 1051 to 985 for Ronaldo. 1051 to 986 for Ronaldo. 1051 to 987 for Ronaldo. 1051 to 988 for Ronaldo. 1052 to 988 for Ronaldo. 1053 to 988 for Ronaldo. 1053 to 989 for Ronaldo. 1054 to 989 for Ronaldo. 1054 to 990 for Ronaldo. 1054 to 991 for Ronaldo. 1055 to 991 for Ronaldo. 1055 to 992 for Ronaldo. 1056 to 992 for Ronaldo. 1057 to 992 for Ronaldo. 1057 to 993 for Ronaldo. 1058 to 993 for Ronaldo. 1058 to 994 for Ronaldo. 1058 to 995 for Ronaldo. 1058 to 996 for Ronaldo. 1058 to 997 for Ronaldo. 1058 to 998 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 998 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 999 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 1000 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 1001 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 1002 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 1003 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 1004 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 1005 for Ronaldo. 1059 to 1006 for Ronaldo. 1060 to 1006 for Ronaldo. 1061 to 1006 for Ronaldo. 1062 to 1006 for Ronaldo. 1063 to 1006 for Ronaldo. 1063 to 1007 for Ronaldo. 1063 to 1008 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1064 to 1008 for Ronaldo. 1064 to 1009 for Ronaldo. 1064 to 1010 for Ronaldo. 1064 to 1011 for Ronaldo. 1064 to 1012 for Ronaldo. 1065 to 1012 for Ronaldo. 1066 to 1012 for Ronaldo. 1066 to 1013 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
1067 to 1013 for Ronaldo. 1068 to 1013 for Ronaldo. 1069 to 1013 for Ronaldo. 1070 to 1013 for Ronaldo. 1070 to 1014 for Ronaldo. 1070 to 1015 for Ronaldo. 1071 to 1015 for Ronaldo. 1071 to 1016 for Ronaldo. 1071 to 1017 for Ronaldo. 1071 to 1018 for Ronaldo. 1072 to 1018 for Ronaldo. 1073 to 1018 for Ronaldo. 1073 to 1019 for Ronaldo. 1073 to 1020 for Ronaldo. 1074 to 1020 for Ronaldo. 1074 to 1021 for Ronaldo. 1074 to 1022 for Ronaldo. 1074 to 1023 for Ronaldo. 1074 to 1024 for Ronaldo. 1074 to 1025 for Ronaldo. 1074 to 1026 for Ronaldo. 1074 to 1027 for Ronaldo. 1075 to 1027 for Ronaldo. 1075 to 1028 for Ronaldo. 1075 to 1029 for Ronaldo. 1076 to 1029 for Ronaldo. 1076 to 1030 for Ronaldo. 1076 to 1031 for Ronaldo. 1076 to 1032 for Ronaldo. 1077 to 1032 for Ronaldo. 1077 to 1033 for Ronaldo. 1077 to 1034 for Ronaldo. 1077 to 1035 for Ronaldo. 1078 to 1035 for Ronaldo. 1078 to 1036 for Ronaldo. 1079 to 1036 for Ronaldo. 1079 to 1037 for Ronaldo. 1080 to 1037 for Ronaldo. 1080 to 1038 for Ronaldo. 1081 to 1038 for Ronaldo. 1081 to 1039 for Ronaldo. 1081 to 1040 for Ronaldo. 1082 to 1040 for Ronaldo. 1083 to 1040 for Ronaldo. 1083 to 1041 for Ronaldo. 1083 to 1042 for Ronaldo. 1084 to 1042 for Ronaldo. 1085 to 1042 for Ronaldo. 1086 to 1042 for Ronaldo. 1086 to 1043 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
1086 to 1044 for Ronaldo. 1086 to 1045 for Ronaldo. 1086 to 1046 for Ronaldo. 1086 to 1047 for Ronaldo. 1086 to 1048 for Ronaldo. 1086 to 1049 for Ronaldo. 1086 to 1050 for Ronaldo. 1087 to 1050 for Ronaldo. 1088 to 1050 for Ronaldo. 1088 to 1051 for Ronaldo. 1089 to 1051 for Ronaldo. 1090 to 1051 for Ronaldo. 1091 to 1051 for Ronaldo. 1091 to 1052 for Ronaldo. 1091 to 1053 for Ronaldo. 1092 to 1053 for Ronaldo. 1093 to 1053 for Ronaldo. 1093 to 1054 for Ronaldo. 1094 to 1054 for Ronaldo. 1095 to 1054 for Ronaldo. 1096 to 1054 for Ronaldo. 1097 to 1054 for Ronaldo. 1097 to 1055 for Ronaldo. 1097 to 1056 for Ronaldo. 1097 to 1057 for Ronaldo. 1098 to 1057 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1098 to 1058 for Ronaldo. 1099 to 1058 for Ronaldo. 1100 to 1058 for Ronaldo. 1101 to 1058 for Ronaldo. 1101 to 1059 for Ronaldo. 1102 to 1059 for Ronaldo. 1102 to 1060 for Ronaldo. 1102 to 1061 for Ronaldo. 1102 to 1062 for Ronaldo. 1102 to 1063 for Ronaldo. 1102 to 1064 for Ronaldo. 1103 to 1064 for Ronaldo. 1104 to 1064 for Ronaldo. 1105 to 1064 for Ronaldo. 1106 to 1064 for Ronaldo. 1107 to 1064 for Ronaldo. 1108 to 1064 for Ronaldo. 1108 to 1065 for Ronaldo. 1108 to 1066 for Ronaldo. 1108 to 1067 for Ronaldo. 1109 to 1067 for Ronaldo. 1110 to 1067 for Ronaldo. 1110 to 1068 for Ronaldo. 1110 to 1069 for Ronaldo. 1110 to 1070 for Ronaldo. 1110 to 1071 for Ronaldo. 1111 to 1071 for Ronaldo. 1111 to 1072 for Ronaldo. 1111 to 1073 for Ronaldo. 1112 to 1073 for Ronaldo. 1113 to 1073 for Ronaldo. 1113 to 1074 for Ronaldo. 1113 to 1075 for Ronaldo. 1114 to 1075 for Ronaldo. 1114 to 1076 for Ronaldo. 1115 to 1076 for Ronaldo. 1116 to 1076 for Ronaldo. 1117 to 1076 for Ronaldo. 1118 to 1076 for Ronaldo. 1118 to 1077 for Ronaldo. 1118 to 1078 for Ronaldo. 1118 to 1079 for Ronaldo. 1118 to 1080 for Ronaldo. 1118 to 1081 for Ronaldo. 1118 to 1082 for Ronaldo. 1118 to 1083 for Ronaldo. 1119 to 1083 for Ronaldo. 1120 to 1083 for Ronaldo. 1121 to 1083 for Ronaldo. 1121 to 1084 for Ronaldo. 1122 to 1084 for Ronaldo. 1123 to 1084 for Ronaldo. 1124 to 1084 for Ronaldo. 1124 to 1085 for Ronaldo. 1124 to 1086 for Ronaldo. 1124 to 1087 for Ronaldo. 1125 to 1087 for Ronaldo. 1125 to 1088 for Ronaldo. 1125 to 1089 for Ronaldo. 1126 to 1089 for Ronaldo. 1126 to 1090 for Ronaldo. 1127 to 1090 for Ronaldo. 1128 1127 to 1091 for Ronaldo. 1128 to 1091 for Ronaldo. 1129 to 1091 for Ronaldo. 1130 to 1091 for Ronaldo.
Hello, please subscribe my channel. Thank you.
1130 to 1092 for Ronaldo. 1131 to 1092 for Ronaldo. 1132 to 1092 for Ronaldo. 1132 to 1093 for Ronaldo. 1133 to 1093 for Ronaldo. 1133 to 1094 for Ronaldo. 1134 to 1094 for Ronaldo. 1135 to 1094 for Ronaldo. 1136 to 1094 for Ronaldo. 1137 to 1094 for Ronaldo. 1137 to 1095 for Ronaldo. 1138 to 1095 for Ronaldo. 1139 to 1095 for Ronaldo. 1139 to 1096 for Ronaldo. 1139 to 1097 for Ronaldo. 1140 to 1097 for Ronaldo. 1141 to 1097 for Ronaldo. 1142 to 1097 for Ronaldo. 1143 to 1097 for Ronaldo. 1143 to 1098 for Ronaldo. 1143 to 1099 for Ronaldo. 1143 to 1100 for Ronaldo. 1144 to 1100 for Ronaldo. 1144 to 1101 for Ronaldo. 1145 to 1101 for Ronaldo. 1145 to 1102 for Ronaldo. 1146 to 1102 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1147 to 1102 for Ronaldo. 1147 to 1103 for Ronaldo. 1148 to 1103 for Ronaldo. 1148 to 1104 for Ronaldo. 1148 to 1105 for Ronaldo. 1149 to 1105 for Ronaldo. 1150 to 1105 for Ronaldo. 1151 to 1105 for Ronaldo. 1151 to 1106 for Ronaldo. 1151 to 1107 for Ronaldo. 1151 to 1108 for Ronaldo. 1152 to 1108 for Ronaldo. 1153 to 1108 for Ronaldo. 1154 to 1108 for Ronaldo. 1155 to 1108 for Ronaldo. 1156 to 1108 for Ronaldo. 1157 to 1108 for Ronaldo. 1157 to 1109 for Ronaldo. 1158 to 1109 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe my channel, guys. Do subscribe.
1158 to 1110 for Ronaldo. 1158 to 1111 for Ronaldo. 1159 to 1111 for Ronaldo. 1160 to 1111 for Ronaldo. 1160 to 1112 for Ronaldo. 1160 to 1113 for Ronaldo. 1161 to 1113 for 1162 to 1113 for Ronaldo. 1163 to 1113 for Ronaldo. 1163 to 1114 for Ronaldo. 1164 to 1114 for Ronaldo. 1165 to 1114 for Ronaldo. 1165 to 1115 for Ronaldo. 1166 to 1115 for Ronaldo. 1166 to 1116 for 1167 to 1116 for Ronaldo. 1167 to 1117 for Ronaldo. 1168 to 1117 for Ronaldo. 1168 to 1118 for Ronaldo. 1168 to 1119 for Ronaldo. 1168 to 1120 for Ronaldo. 1169 to 1120 for Ronaldo. 1170 to 1120 for Ronaldo. 1171 to 1120 for Ronaldo. 1171 to 1121 for Ronaldo. 1172 to 1121 for Ronaldo. 1172 to 1122 for Ronaldo. 1172 to 1123 for Ronaldo. 1172 to 1124 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1124 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1125 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1126 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1127 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1128 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1129 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1130 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1131 for Ronaldo. 1173 to 1132 for Ronaldo. 1174 to 1130. 1175 to 1132 for 1176 to 1132 for 1177 to 1132 for Ronaldo. 1177 to 1133 for Ronaldo. 1177 to 1134 for Ronaldo. 1178 to 1134 for Ronaldo. 1179 to 1134 for Ronaldo. 1180 to 1134 for Ronaldo. 1180 to 1135 for Ronaldo. 1180 to 1136 for Ronaldo. 1180 to 1137 for Ronaldo. 1181 to 1137 for Ronaldo. 1182 to 1137 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1182 to 1138 for Ronaldo. 1183 to 1138 for Ronaldo. 1184 to 1138 for Ronaldo. 1184 to 1139. 1185 to 1139 for Ronaldo. 1185 to 1140 for Ronaldo. 1185 to 1141 for Ronaldo. 1186 to 1141 for 1187 to 1141 for Ronaldo. 1187 to 1142. 1187 to 1143 for Ronaldo. 1188 to 1143 for Ronaldo. 1188 to 1144 for Ronaldo. 1188 to 1145 for Ronaldo. 1189 to 1145 for Ronaldo. 1190 to 1145 for Ronaldo. 1191 to 1145 for Ronaldo. 1192 to 1145 for Ronaldo. 1193 to 1145 for Ronaldo. 1193 to 1146 for Ronaldo. 1193 to 1147 for Ronaldo. 1193 1194 to 1147 for Ronaldo. 1195 to 1147 for Ronaldo. 1195 to 1148 for Ronaldo. 1195 to 1149 for Ronaldo. 1195 to 1150 for Ronaldo. 1196 to 1150 for Ronaldo. 1196 to 1151 for 1196 to 1152 for 1197 to 1152 for 1197 to 1153 for Ronaldo. 1198 to 1153 1199 to 1153 for Ronaldo. 1199 to 1154 for Ronaldo. 1199 to 1155 for Ronaldo. 1199 to 1156 for Ronaldo. 1200 to 1156 for Ronaldo. 1200 to 1157 for Ronaldo. 1201 to 1157 for Ronaldo. 1201 to 1158 for 1202 to 1158 for 1203 to 1158 for Ronaldo. 1203 to 1159 for Ronaldo. 1203 to 1160 for Ronaldo. 1204 to 1160 for Ronaldo. 1205 to 1160 for Ronaldo. 1206 to 1160 for Ronaldo. 1206 to 1161 for Ronaldo. 1206 to 1162 for Ronaldo. 1206 to 1163 for Ronaldo. 1206 to 1164 for Ronaldo. 1207 to 1164 for Ronaldo. 1207 to 1165 for Ronaldo. 1208 to 1165 for Ronaldo. 1209 to 1165 for Ronaldo. 1209 to 1166 for Ronaldo. 1209 to 1167 for Ronaldo. 1210 to 1167 for Ronaldo. 1211 to 1167 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1211 to 1168 for Ronaldo. 1212 to 1168 for Ronaldo. 1213 to 1168 for Ronaldo. 1213 to 1169 for Ronaldo. 1213 to 1170 for Ronaldo. 1213 to 1171 for Ronaldo. 1214 to 1171 for Ronaldo. 1214 to 1172 for Ronaldo. 1214 to 1173 for Ronaldo. 1215 to 1173 for Ronaldo. 1216 to 1173 for Ronaldo. 1217 to 1173 for Ronaldo. 1217 to 1174 for Ronaldo. 1217 to 1175 for Ronaldo. 1217 to 1176 for Ronaldo. 1217 to 1177 for Ronaldo. 1217 to 1178 for Ronaldo. 1217 to 1179 for Ronaldo. 1218 to 1179 for Ronaldo. 1218 to 1180 for Ronaldo. 1218 to 1181 for Ronaldo. 1219 to 1181 for Ronaldo. 1219 to 1182 for Ronaldo. 1219 to 1183 for Ronaldo. 1220 to 1183 for Ronaldo. 1220 to 1184 for Ronaldo. 1220 to 1185 for Ronaldo. 1221 to 1185 for Ronaldo. 1222 to 1185 for Ronaldo. 1222 to 1186 for Ronaldo. 1222 to 1187 for Ronaldo. 1223 to 1187 for Ronaldo. 1224 to 1187 for Ronaldo. 1224 to 1188 for Ronaldo. 1225 to 1188 for Ronaldo. 1226 to 1188 for Ronaldo. 1227 to 1188 for Ronaldo. 1228 to 1188 for Ronaldo. 1229 to 1188 for Ronaldo. 1229 to 1189 for Ronaldo. 1230 to 1189 for Ronaldo. 1230 to 1190 for Ronaldo. 1231 to 1190 for Ronaldo. 1232 to 1190 for Ronaldo. 1232 to 1191 for Ronaldo. 1233 to 1191 for Ronaldo. 1233 to 1192 for Ronaldo. 1233 to 1193 for Ronaldo. 1233 to 1194 for Ronaldo. 1233 to 1195 for Ronaldo. 1234 to 1195 for Ronaldo. 1234 to 1196 for Ronaldo. 1234 to 1197 for Ronaldo. 1235 to 1197 for Ronaldo. 1235 to 1198 for Ronaldo. 1235 to 1199 for Ronaldo. 1235 to 1200 for Ronaldo. 1235 to 1201 for Ronaldo. 1235 to 1202 for Ronaldo. 1235 to 1203 for Ronaldo. 1235 to 1204 for Ronaldo. 1236 to 1204 for Ronaldo. 1237 to 1204 for Ronaldo. 1238 to 1204 for Ronaldo. 1238 to 1205 for Ronaldo. 1239 to 1205 for Ronaldo. 1239 to 1206 for Ronaldo. 1240 to 1206 for Ronaldo. 1240 to 1207 for Ronaldo. 1241 to 1207 for Ronaldo. 1242 to 1207 for Ronaldo. 1242 to 1208 for Ronaldo. 1243 to 1208 for Ronaldo. 1244 to 1208 for Ronaldo. 1245 to 1208 for Ronaldo. 1245 to 1209 for Ronaldo. 1245 to 1210 for Ronaldo. 1245 to 1211 for Ronaldo. 1246 to 1211 for Ronaldo. 1247 to 1211 for Ronaldo. 1248 to 1212 for Ronaldo. 1248 to 1213 for Ronaldo. 1248 to 1214 for Ronaldo. 1248 to 1215 for 1249 to 1215 for Ronaldo. 1250 to 1215 for Ronaldo. 1251 to 1215 for Ronaldo. 1251 to 1216 for Ronaldo. 1252 to 1216 for Ronaldo. 1252 to 1217 for Ronaldo. 1253 to 1217 for Ronaldo. 1253 to 1218 for Ronaldo. 1253 to 1219 for Ronaldo. 1253 to 1220 for Ronaldo. 1253 to 1221 for Ronaldo. 1254 to 1221 for Ronaldo. 1255 to 1221 for Ronaldo. 1255 to 1222 for Ronaldo. 1255 to 1223 for Ronaldo. 1256 to 1223 for 1257 to 1223 for 1257 to 1224 for Ronaldo. 1258 to 1224 for Ronaldo. 1258 to 1225 for Ronaldo. 1259 to 1225 for Ronaldo. 1259 to 1226 for Ronaldo. 1260 to 1226 for Ronaldo. 1261 to 1226 for Ronaldo. 1262 to 1226 for Ronaldo. 1262 to 1227 for Ronaldo. 1263 to 1227 for Ronaldo. 1263 to 1228 for Ronaldo. 1263 to 1229 for Ronaldo. 1263 to 1230 for Ronaldo. 1263 to 1231 for Ronaldo. 1263 to 1232 for Ronaldo.
Hello from Indonesia.
1264 to 1232 for Ronaldo. 1264 to
Good morning.
1233 for Ronaldo. 1265 to 1233 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe my channel. Thank you.
1266 to 1233 for Ronaldo. 1266 to 1234 for Ronaldo. 1266 to 1235 for Ronaldo. 1266 to 1236 for Ronaldo. 1267 to 1236 for Ronaldo. 1267 to 1237 for Ronaldo. 1267 to 1238 for Ronaldo. 1268 to 1238 for Ronaldo. 1268 to 1239 for Ronaldo. 1269 to 1239 for Ronaldo. 1270 to 1239 for Ronaldo. 1270 to 1240 for Ronaldo. 1270 to 1241 for Ronaldo. 1271 to 1241 for Ronaldo. 1271 to 1242 for Ronaldo. 1272 to 1242 for 1273 to 1242 for Ronaldo. 1274 to 1242 for Ronaldo. 1275 to 1242 for 1276 to 1242 for Ronaldo. 1276 to 1243 for 1276 to 1244 for Ronaldo. 1277 to 1244 for Ronaldo. 1277 to 1245 for Ronaldo. 1278 to 1245 for Ronaldo. 1278 to 1246 for Ronaldo. 1278 to 1247 for Ronaldo. 1279 to 1240. 1280 to 1247 for Ronaldo. 1280 to 1248 for Ronaldo. 1281 to 1248 for Ronaldo. 1282 to 1248 for Ronaldo. 1283 to 1248 for Ronaldo. 1284 to 1248. 1285 to 1248 for Ronaldo. 1286 to 1248 for Ronaldo. 1287 to 1248 for Ronaldo. 1288 to 1248 for Ronaldo. 1289 to 1248 for 1289 to 1249 for Ronaldo. 1290 to 1249 for Ronaldo. 1290 to 1250 for Ronaldo. 1291 to 1250 for Ronaldo. 1291 to 1251 for Ronaldo. 1291 to 1252 for Ronaldo.
Live for 4 hours only.
1291 to 1253 for Ronaldo. 1292 to 1253 for Ronaldo. 1292 to 1254 for Ronaldo. 1293 to 1254 for Ronaldo. 1293 to 1255 for Ronaldo. 1294 to 1255 for Ronaldo. 1295 to 1255. 1296 to 1255 for Ronaldo. 1296 to 1256 for Ronaldo. 1297 to 1256 for Ronaldo. 1298 to 1256 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1299 to 1256 for Ronaldo. 1300 to 1256 for 1301 to 1256 for Ronaldo. 1302 to 1256 for Ronaldo. 1302 to 1257 for Ronaldo. 1303 to 1257 for Ronaldo. 1303 to 1258 for Ronaldo. 1304 to 1258 for Ronaldo. 1305 to 1258 for Ronaldo. 1306 to 1258 for Ronaldo. 1306 to 1259 for Ronaldo. 1306 to 1260 for Ronaldo. 1306 to 1261 for Ronaldo. 1307 to 1261 for Ronaldo. 1308 to 1261 for Ronaldo. 1308 to 1262 for Ronaldo. 1309 to 1262 for Ronaldo. 1310 to 1262 for Ronaldo. 1310 to 1263 for Ronaldo. 1310 to 1264 for Ronaldo. 1311 to 1264 for Ronaldo. 1311 to 1265 for Ronaldo. 1311 to 1266 for Ronaldo. 1311 to 1267 for Ronaldo. 1311 to 1268 for Ronaldo. 1311 to 1269 for Ronaldo. 1312 to 1269 for Ronaldo. 1313 to 1269 for Ronaldo. 1314 to 1269 for Ronaldo. 1315 to 1269 for Ronaldo. 1315 to 1270 for Ronaldo. 1315 to 1271 for Ronaldo. 1316 to 1271 for 1317 to 1271 for Ronaldo. 1317 to 1272. 1318 to 1272 for Ronaldo. 1318 to 1273 for Ronaldo. 1319 to 1273 for 1319 to 1274 for Ronaldo. 1320 to 1274 for 1320 to 1275 for Ronaldo. 1321 to 1275 for Ronaldo. 1321 to 1276 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1322 to 1276 for Ronaldo. 1322 to 1277 for Ronaldo. 1322 to 1278 for Ronaldo. 1323 to 1278 for Ronaldo. 1323 to 1279 for Ronaldo. 1324 to 1279 for Ronaldo. 1325 to 1279 for Ronaldo. 1325 to 1280 for Ronaldo. 1326 to 1280 for Ronaldo. 1326 to 1281 for Ronaldo. 1326 to 1282 for Ronaldo. 1327 to 1282 for Ronaldo. 1328 to 1282 for Ronaldo. 1329 to 1282 for Ronaldo. 1329 to 1283 for Ronaldo. 1329 to 1284 for Ronaldo. 1329 to 1285 for Ronaldo. 1329 to 1286 for 1330 to 1286 for Ronaldo. 1330 to 1287 for Ronaldo. 1331 to 1287 for Ronaldo. 1331 to 1288 for Ronaldo. 1331 to 1289 for Ronaldo. 1332 to 1289 for Ronaldo. 1333 to 1289 for Ronaldo. 1333 to 1290 for Ronaldo. 1334 to 1290 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1335 to 1290 for Ronaldo. 1336 to 1290 for Ronaldo. 1336 to 1291 for Ronaldo. 1337 to 1291 for Ronaldo. 1338 to 1291 for Ronaldo. 1339 to 1291 for 1340 to 1291 for Ronaldo. 1340 to 1292 for Ronaldo. 1340 to 1293 for Ronaldo. 1340 to 1294 for Ronaldo. 1340 to 1295 for Ronaldo. 1341 to 1295 for Ronaldo. 1342 to 1295 for Ronaldo. 1342 to 1296 for Ronaldo. 1342 to 1297 for Ronaldo. 1342 to 1298 for Ronaldo. 1342 to 1299 for Ronaldo. 1343 to 1299 for Ronaldo. 1344 to 1299 for Ronaldo. 1345 to 1299 for Ronaldo. 1345 to 1300 for Ronaldo. 1346 to 1300 for Ronaldo. 1346 to 1301 for Ronaldo. 1346 to 1302 for Ronaldo. 1346 to 1303 for Ronaldo. 1347 to 1303 for Ronaldo. 1347 to 1304 for Ronaldo. 1347 to 1305 for Ronaldo. 1348 to 1305 for Ronaldo. 1349 to 1305 for Ronaldo. 1349 to 1306 for Ronaldo. 1350 to 1306 for Ronaldo. 1350 to 1307 for Ronaldo. 1350 to 1308 for Ronaldo. 1351 to 1308 for Ronaldo. 1352 to 1308 for Ronaldo. 1352 to 1309 for Ronaldo. 1352 to 1310 for Ronaldo. 1352 to 1311 for Ronaldo. 1353 to 1311 for Ronaldo. 1353 to 1312 for Ronaldo. 1353 to 1313 for Ronaldo. 1354 to 1313 for Ronaldo. 1354 to 1314 for Ronaldo. 1354 to 1315 for Ronaldo. 1355 to 1315 for Ronaldo. 1355 to 1316 for Ronaldo. 1356 to 1316 for Ronaldo. 1357 to 1316 for Ronaldo. 1357 to 1317 for Ronaldo. 1358 to 1317 for Ronaldo. 1358 to 1318 for Ronaldo. 1359 to 1318 for Ronaldo. 1360 to 1318 for Ronaldo. 1360 to 1319 for Ronaldo. 1360 to 1320 for Ronaldo. 1360 to 1321 for Ronaldo. 1360 to 1322 for Ronaldo. 1361 to 1322 for Ronaldo. 1361 to 1323 for Ronaldo. 1362 to 1323 for Ronaldo. 1362 to 1324 for Ronaldo. 1363 to 1324 for Ronaldo. 1363 to 1325 for Ronaldo. 1364 to 1325 for Ronaldo. 1364 to 1326 for Ronaldo. 1365 to 1326 for Ronaldo. 1365 to 1327 for Ronaldo. 1366 to 1327 for Ronaldo. 1366 to 1328 for Ronaldo. 1367 to 1328 for Ronaldo. 1368 to 1328 for Ronaldo. 1369 to 1328 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1369 to 1329 for Ronaldo. 1369 to 1330 for Ronaldo. 1369 to 1331 for 1369 to 1332 for Ronaldo. 1369 to 1333 for Ronaldo. 1369 to 1334 for Ronaldo. 1369 to 1335 for Ronaldo. 1369 to 1336 for Ronaldo. 1370 to 1336 for Ronaldo. 1371 to 1336 for 1371 to 1337 for Ronaldo. 1371 to 1338 for Ronaldo. 1371 to 1339 for Ronaldo. 1371 to 1340 for Ronaldo. 1372 to 1340 for Ronaldo. 1372 to 1341 for Ronaldo. 1373 to 1341 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1374 to 1341 for Ronaldo. 1375 to 1341 for Ronaldo. 1375 to 1342 for Ronaldo. 1375 to 1343 for Ronaldo. 1376 to 1343 for Ronaldo. 1377 to 1343 for Ronaldo. 1378 to 1343 for Ronaldo. 1378 to 1344 for Ronaldo. 1378 to 1345 for Ronaldo. 1379 to 1345 for Ronaldo. 1379 to 1346 for Ronaldo. 1380 to 1346 for Ronaldo. 1380 to 1347 for Ronaldo. 1380 to 1348 for Ronaldo. 1380 to 1349 for Ronaldo. 1381 to 1349 for Ronaldo. 1382 to 1349 for Ronaldo. 1382 to 1350 for Ronaldo. 1382 to 1351 for Ronaldo. 1382 to 1352 for Ronaldo. 1382 to 1353 for Ronaldo. 1382 to 1354 for Ronaldo. 1382 to 1355 for Ronaldo. 1382 to 1356 for Ronaldo. 1383 to 1356 for Ronaldo. 1384 to 1356 for Ronaldo. 1385 to 1356 for Ronaldo. 1385 to 1357 for Ronaldo. 1385 to 1358 for Ronaldo. 1385 to 1359 for Ronaldo. 1386 to 1359 for Ronaldo. 1386 to 1360 for Ronaldo. 1386 to 1361 for Ronaldo. 1387 to 1361 for Ronaldo. 1388 to 1361 for Ronaldo. 1389 to 1361 for Ronaldo. 1390 to 1361 for Ronaldo. 1391 to 1361 for Ronaldo. 1392 to 1361 for Ronaldo. 1392 to 1362 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
1392 to 1363 for Ronaldo. 1393 to 1363 for Ronaldo. 1393 to 1364 for Ronaldo. 1393 to 1365 for Ronaldo. 1393 to 1366 for Ronaldo. 1393 to 1367 for Ronaldo. 1394 to 1367 for Ronaldo. 1394 to 1368 for Ronaldo. 1394 to 1369 for Ronaldo. 1395 to 1369 for 1395 to 1370 for Ronaldo. 1396 to 1370 for Ronaldo. 1396 to 1371 for Ronaldo. 1396 to 1372 for Ronaldo. 1396 to 1373 for Ronaldo. 1397 to 1373 for Ronaldo. 1398 to 1373 for Ronaldo. 1398 to 1374 for Ronaldo. 1398 to 1375 for Ronaldo. 1398 to 1376 for Ronaldo. 1399 to 1376 for Ronaldo. 1399 to 1377 for Ronaldo. 1400 to 1377 for Ronaldo. 1400 to 1378 for Ronaldo. 1400 to 1379 for Ronaldo. 1401 to 1379 for Ronaldo. 1401 to 1380 for Ronaldo. 1402 to 1380 for Ronaldo. 1402 to 1381 for Ronaldo. 1403 to 1381 for Ronaldo. 1403 to 1382 for Ronaldo. 1403 to 1383 for Ronaldo. 1403 to 1384 for Ronaldo. 1403 to 1385 for Ronaldo. 1404 to 1385 for Ronaldo. 1404 to 1386 for Ronaldo. 1404 to 1387 for Ronaldo. 1405 to 1387 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe.
1405 to 1388 for Ronaldo. 1405 to 1389 for Ronaldo. 1406 to 1389 for Ronaldo. 1407 to 1389 for Ronaldo. 1407 to 1390 for 1408 to 1390 for Ronaldo. 1408 to 1391 for Ronaldo. 1409 to 1391 for Ronaldo. 1409 to 1392 for Ronaldo. 1409 to 1393 for Ronaldo. 1410 to 1393 for Ronaldo. 1410 to 1394 for Ronaldo. 1410 to 1395 for Ronaldo. 1410 to 1396 for Ronaldo. 1411 to 1396 for Ronaldo. 1411 to 1397 for Ronaldo. 1411 to 1398 for Ronaldo. 1412 to 1398 for Ronaldo. 1413 to 1398 for Ronaldo. 1414 to 1398 for Ronaldo. 1415 to 1398 for Ronaldo. 1416 to 1398 for Ronaldo. 1416 to 1399 for Ronaldo. 1417 to 1399 for Ronaldo. 1418 to 1399 for Ronaldo. 1419 to 1399 for Ronaldo. 1420 to 1399 for Ronaldo. 1420 to 1400 for Ronaldo. 1421 to 1400 for Ronaldo. 1421 to 1401 for Ronaldo. 1422 to 1401 for Ronaldo. 1422 to 1402 for Ronaldo. 1422 to 1403 for Ronaldo. 1422 to 1404 for Ronaldo. 1423 to 1404 for Ronaldo. 1423 to 1405 for Ronaldo. 1423 to 1406 for Ronaldo. 1424 to 1406 for Ronaldo. 1425 to 1406 for Ronaldo. 1426 to 1406 for Ronaldo. 1427 to 1406 for Ronaldo. 1427 to 1407 for Ronaldo. 1428 to 1407 for Ronaldo. 1429 to 1407 for Ronaldo. 1430 to 1407 for Ronaldo. 1431 to 1407 for Ronaldo. 1432 to 1407 for Ronaldo. 1432 to 1408 for Ronaldo. 1433 to 1408 for Ronaldo. 1434 to 1408 for Ronaldo. 1434 to 1409 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1409 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1410 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1411 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1412 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1413 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1414 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1415 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1416 for Ronaldo. 1435 to 1417 for Ronaldo. 1436 to 1417 for Ronaldo. 1437 to 1417 for Ronaldo. 1437 to 1418 for Ronaldo. 1437 to 1419 for Ronaldo. 1438 to 1419 for Ronaldo. 1439 to 1419 for Ronaldo. 1439 to 1420 for Ronaldo. 1439 to 1421 for Ronaldo. 1440 to 1421 for Ronaldo. 1440 to 1422 for Ronaldo. 1441 to 1422 for Ronaldo. 1442 to 1422 for Ronaldo. 1443 to 1422 for Ronaldo. 1444 to 1422 for Ronaldo. 1445 to 1422 for Ronaldo. 1446 to 1422 for Ronaldo. 1447 to 1422 for Ronaldo. 1447 to 1423 for Ronaldo. 1447 to 1424 for Ronaldo. 1447 to 1425 for Ronaldo. 1448 to 1425 for Ronaldo. 1449 to 1425 for Ronaldo. 1450 to 1425 for Ronaldo. 1450 to 1426 for Ronaldo. 1450 to 1427 for Ronaldo. 1450 to 1428 for Ronaldo. 1450 to 1429 for Ronaldo. 1451 to 1429 for Ronaldo. 53 to 1429 for Ronaldo. 1453 to 1430 for Ronaldo. 1454 to 1430 for Ronaldo. 1454 to 1431 for Ronaldo. 1454 to 1432 for Ronaldo. 1455 to 1432 for Ronaldo. 1456 to 1432 for Ronaldo. 1456 to 1433 for Ronaldo. 1456 to 1434 for Ronaldo. 1456 to 1435 for Ronaldo. 1457 to 1435 for Ronaldo. 1458 to 1435 for Ronaldo. 1458 to 1436 for Ronaldo. 1458 to 1437 for Ronaldo. 1458 to 1438 for Ronaldo. 1458 to 1439 for Ronaldo. 1459 to 1439 for Ronaldo. 1459 to 1440 for Ronaldo. 1459 to 1441 for Ronaldo. 1460 to 1441 for Ronaldo. 1460 to 1442 for Ronaldo. 1460 to 1443 for Ronaldo. 1460 to 1444 for Ronaldo. 1460 to 1445 for Ronaldo. 1461 to 1445 for 1461 to 1446. 1462 to 1446. 1463 to 1446 for 1464 to 1446 for Ronaldo. 1465 to 1446 for Ronaldo. 1465 to 1447 for Ronaldo. 1465 to 1448 for Ronaldo. 1466 to 1448 for Ronaldo. 1467 to 1448 for Ronaldo. 1467 to 1449 for Ronaldo. 1468 to 1449 for 1469 to 1449 for Ronaldo. 1470 to 1449 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
1470 to 1450 for Ronaldo. 1470
Great guy,
to
that.
1451 for Ronaldo. 1470 to 1452 for Ronaldo. 1470 to 1453 for Ronaldo. 1470 to 1454 for Ronaldo. 1471 to 1454 for Ronaldo. 1471 to 1455 for Ronaldo. 1471 to 1456 for Ronaldo. 1471 to 1457. 1471 to 1458. 1471 to 1450. 1472 to 1459. 1473 to 1459. 1473 to 1460 for Ronaldo. 1474 to 1460 for 1475 to 1460 for Ronaldo. 1476 to 1406. 1477 to 1460 for Ronaldo. 1477 to 1461 for Ronaldo. 1478 to 1461 for Ronaldo. 1479 to 1461 for Ronaldo. 1480 to 1461 for Ronaldo.
Please subscribe, guys.
1480 to 1462 for Ronaldo. 1480 to 1463 for Ronaldo. 1481 to 1463 for Ronaldo. 1481 to 1464 for Ronaldo. 1481 to 1465 for Ronaldo. 1482 to 1465. 1483 to 1465 for 1484 to 1465 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe, guys.
1485 to 1465 for Ronaldo. 1486 to 1465 for Ronaldo. 1487 to 1465 for Ronaldo. 1488 to 1465 for Ronaldo. 1488 to 1466 for Ronaldo. 1488 to 1467 for Ronaldo. 1489 to 1467 for Ronaldo. 1489 to 1468 for Ronaldo. 1489 to 1469 for Ronaldo. 1490 to 1469 for Ronaldo. 1490 to 1470 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
1490 to 1471 for Ronaldo. 1490 to 1472 for Ronaldo. 1491 to 1472 for Ronaldo. 1492 to 1472 for Ronaldo. 1492 to 1473 for Ronaldo. 1493 to 1473 for Ronaldo. 1493 to 1474 for Ronaldo. 1494 to 1474 for Ronaldo. 1495 to 1474 for Ronaldo. 1495 to 1475 for Ronaldo. 1495 to 1476 for Ronaldo. 1496 to 1476 for Ronaldo. 1497 to 1476 for Ronaldo. 1497 to 1477 for 1497 to 1478 for Ronaldo. 1497 to 1479 for Ronaldo. 1497 to 1480 for Ronaldo. 1498 to 1480 for Ronaldo. 1498 to 1481 for Ronaldo. 1498 to 1482 for Ronaldo. 1498 to 1483 for Ronaldo. 1498 to 1484 for Ronaldo. 1498 to 1485 for Ronaldo. 1498 to 1486 for Ronaldo. 1499 to 1486 for Ronaldo. 1499 to 1487 for Ronaldo. 1499 to 1488 for Ronaldo. 1500 to 1488 for Ronaldo. 1500 to 1489 for Ronaldo. 1501 to 1489 for Ronaldo. 1502 to 1489 for Ronaldo. 1503 to 1489 for Ronaldo. 1503 to 1490 for Ronaldo. 1504 to 1490 for Ronaldo. 1505 to 1490 for Ronaldo. 1506 to 1490 for Ronaldo. 1506 to 1491 for Ronaldo. 1507 to 1491 for Ronaldo. 1508 to 1491 for Ronaldo. 1508 to 1492 for Ronaldo. 1508 to 1493 for Ronaldo. 1508 to 1494 for Ronaldo. 1508 to 1495 for Ronaldo. 1508 to 1496 for Ronaldo. 1508 to 1497 for Ronaldo. 1508 to 1498 for Ronaldo. 1509 to 1498 for Ronaldo. 1509 to 1499 for Ronaldo.
Guys, subscribe.
1509 to 1500 for Ronaldo. 1509 to 1501 for Ronaldo.
Subscribe.
1509 to 1502 for Ronaldo. 1509 to 1503 for Ronaldo. 1510 to 1503 for Ronaldo. 1511 to 1503 for Ronaldo. 1511 to 1504 for Ronaldo. 1512 to 1504 for Ronaldo. 1512 to 1505 for Ronaldo. 1513 to 1505 for Ronaldo. 1513 to 1506 for Ronaldo. 1513 to 1507 for Ronaldo. 1513 to 1508 for Ronaldo. 1513 to 1509 for Ronaldo. 1514 to 1509 for Ronaldo. 1514 to 1510 for Ronaldo. 1514 to 1511 for Ronaldo. 1514 to 1512 for Ronaldo. 1514 to 1513 for Ronaldo. 1515 to 1513 for Ronaldo. 1515 to 1514 for Ronaldo. 1515 to 1515. 1516 to 1515 for Messi. 1516 to 1516. 1517 to 1516 for Messi. 1518 to 1516 for Messi. 1519 to 1516 for Messi. 1520 to 1516 for Messi. 1520 to 1517 for Messi. 1521 to 1517 for Messi. 1521 to 1518 for Messi. 1522 to 1518 for Messi. 1522 to 1519 for
Okay,
Messi.
guys,
1522 to
subscribe.
1520 for Messi. 1522 to 1521 for Messi. 1522 to 1522. 1523 to 1522 for Messi.
Subscribe.
1524 to 1522 for Messi. 1525 to 1522 for Messi.
Okay, guys, good night, good morning.
1525 to 1523
Bye
for Messi.
bye.
1526 to 1523 for Messi. 1527 to 1523 for Messi.
Okay, bye bye, guys.
1528 to 1523 for Messi. 1529 to 1523 for Messi.
Subscribe, please. I am going.
1529 to 1524 for Messi.
See you tomorrow. Take care.
1530 to 1524
Bye-bye.
for Messi. 1531 to 1524 for Messi.
My dog wake up. Going for walk.
1531 to 1525 for
Shabby.
Messi.
I'm going with my dog for walk. Bye bye. Take care. See you.